Me. Hello, my name is Larry Brown, President of Angel City, Branch 24, here in Los Angeles and surrounding areas. I'd like to welcome all the delegates to Los Angeles. It's a privilege and an honor to host our fellow letter carriers here in LA. Don't believe everything that you've heard about LA. LA is a friendly town, so diverse. LA really has a lot of love for those that will receive it. LA has so much to offer. Where else can you go to the beach and to the mountains on the same day? Letter carriers are very loved in LA. The power of NALC and any union is the members. I want you to feel welcome because you are welcome. We're going to make sure that you have a great time here in the city of LA.
Good morning. You all weren't ready. You ready to do it again? Good morning. It's much better. Welcome to Los Angeles and the 74th Biennial Convention of the National Association of Letter Carriers. My name is Nicole Ryan, and I am your National Secretary Treasurer. It's wonderful to be here in America's second largest city and home to 800,000 union workers. Those union workers belong to hundreds of locals, including Angel City, Branch 24 of the NALC, under the leadership of the legendary Larry Brown. All of that effort has made LA one of the strongest labor towns in America. We gather in LA for the NALC convention for the third time. The first time was 1941. The second time was 75 years later in 2016. I don't know about you, but I'm so thankful that we did not wait as long to come back to this amazing Union City. So let's get started. At this time, I would like to call the convention to order and start with the national anthem. So this morning's national anthem won't be led by a letter carrier, but we hope she'll be a future one. It's my pleasure to welcome Riley French, the granddaughter of Everett Wiley, the president of the Texas State Association of Letter Carriers, to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave
How about that? We just had an angel open up our convention. That was beautiful. At this time, I would like to bring forward Alex Nunez of Branch 24 to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning. Please face the flag and hand over your heart. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Alex. At this time, I'm bringing forward Johnny Harris of Branch 24 to lead us in our invocation.
Greetings to all my brothers and sisters from throughout the nation. We at Branch 24 would like to welcome you to our fair city, and we also would like to speak a word of protection and grace over you during your stay and beyond. May we bow. Almighty God, creator of all that is good, as we assemble here to attend to the issues that are important to us as a union, we seek guidance in our deliberations. Point us in a direction whereby we are respectful of each other's opinion and choices, knowing that united we have strength, but divided we can implode from within. We give thanks for all you have granted us over the years. Protect and shield us from danger. Grant to the members grace and favor during their stay in our fair city. May humility be found in our hearts. Help us to repress words of hurt toward one another, remembering all must answer to you who judge rightly. May things that are accomplished here be for the good of all. May the Lord bless and keep you. May the Lord make his face to shine on you and be gracious to you. May the Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Now unto him that is able to do exceeding abundantly above all that we think or ask, according to the power that works in us, to him be glory and majesty, power and dominion, now and forever. Amen.
You all can be seated. Thank you. I was waiting for the screen to show that. Up on the screen, you will see the NALC's Code of Conduct. NALC is committed to providing an environment free from discrimination and harassment, regardless of the individual's race, ethnicity, religion, color, sex, age, national origin, sexual orientation, disability, gender identity or expression, ancestry, pregnancy, or any other characteristic prohibited by law. We ask you to embrace our values of equity and equality and conduct yourselves accordingly. This meeting has a designated individual as the first point of contact for anyone who feels that they have experienced discriminatory, harassing, or otherwise unacceptable behavior. We urge you to contact them if you have any concerns. The designated contact is NALC Director of Human Resources, Sherry Melvin. To get in contact with Sherry, please go to the headquarters office in this building in 304 AB. Thank you. At this time, it's my privilege to introduce National Trustee and President of Branch 24, Larry Brown.
Good morning. Good morning, and everyone, welcome to Los Angeles. We're glad to host you this week in our great city. Before we get started, I want to take a few minutes to introduce some local friends of letter carriers. We are fortunate to be joined today by Mayor Karen Bass. She has been a fighter for letter carriers for more than 20 years, both in Congress and in the great city of LA. And we're honored that she could join us. That's the script. This is off script. Mayor Bass's father, retired letter carrier out of Branch 24, okay? And she's a pro-labor mayor. They asked her to step up to the plate. She did, but she comes from organizing community service, community coalitions, and now the great mayor of LA. And she's not afraid to mix it up when necessary. When we had the you-know-who snatching people off the street, she didn't sit at City Hall. She was out there in the street confronting them, and we appreciate that. So, trying to make sure the mayor's here. Thumbs up. It's my great honor to introduce Mayor Karen Bass.
Of course. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Larry said you was waiting to see if I'm here. You know, Mr. Brown, when you call, I am always here. And let me just say, let me welcome you to the great city of Los Angeles. It is amazing to look out at this room and know that there's people here from everywhere. So welcome to LA, and in 2 short years, we'll be welcoming the Olympics here, and I hope you make your way back here. Well, let me just say that to me, I would never ever miss this group, because this group is personal to me. I stand before you today because my father was a letter carrier for 35 years. I grew up with great pride that my dad wore that uniform, and when I was a little kid in elementary school, you know how you bring your parents to school so that you can, your parent can tell everybody about the work that you do, and I was always so bursting with pride when my dad would come and speak to my class. I don't know what grade I was in, the 3rd or 4th grade, but my dad was a part of the Great Migration from the South. He was a member of the Greatest Generation post-World War II, traveled to leave and escape Jim Crow in the South because the post office was one of the only places that African Americans could get the best job. And I remember growing up that my friends of my generation, it's like everybody's dad working for the post office. And it was our refuge. My dad introduced me to politics, watching the news every night with him. He would tell me about what was going on in the South and helped me understand it. And that's when, as a child, I made a commitment that I was going to spend my life fighting for justice And I remember the first time that I was thinking about running, because Larry, you remember, most of my life was spent as an activist outside and never thinking of running for office. But when I did decide to run, where was one of the first places I went to? My dad's union and his branch, 24. And I just have to say that the letter carriers have always been there for me, and you need to know that I will always, always be there for you. I explained to people that I bought my first home. Why? Because my dad was a letter carrier. When he retired, he had a pension, he had health care. We didn't have to worry about him. And I had a background in the medical field, so I had the honor of taking care of him until he passed away. But I always attribute that my success was because of the foundation that he laid for our family. So after spending a number of years in Sacramento in the state assembly, I moved on to Congress. And I was in Congress for a number of years, and there the fight was to save the post office, especially when the guy that's in now was first in, and he was on a mission to privatize and to destroy the post office. And I remember standing there for that fight as well. And so I just welcome you today. I invite you to see all that our city has to offer. I'll keep my fingers crossed that you'll be back in 2 years. And I just want to make that pledge again, that wherever the letter carriers are, expect to find me. It's personal, and I will always be there for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Great job. I got this for you. Come on, walk you back. Let's do a letter carry cheer for the mayor. Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray!
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, moving right along. We have to have someone from the Postal Service, and I know we're having issues in a lot of places. We're not having any issues like that on how you treat letter carriers, not in LA. And I'd like to bring on the Los Angeles District Manager, Abraham Cooper, want to say a few words of welcome.
Good morning, NALC. Wow, what a beautiful crowd. I want to say thank you for coming out to Los Angeles. And it's a pleasure to be here. And it's a pleasure to be alongside Mr. Larry Brown. Great relationship that we have built to organize and make sure things run smooth here in the Los Angeles city and the county. And I want to thank you. I know many of you have come from far, some from near. But welcome to the beautiful city of Los Angeles, and have a great convention. It's nice to be here. Thank you.
Ooh, there are a lot of strange days on the job. I want to go into that.
I mean, yeah, it's not strangest animal,
Okay,
strangest
wait a
customer.
minute. Just recently, we had someone to show up to work, and they decided to wear their swim trunks and dance on the workroom floor. I am the president of the biggest branch in the country. We have over 7,500 members in Branch 1100.
And how many members is 24?
I think Larry has between 4,000 and 5,000 members.
It's not even a competition.
We're the biggest branch in the country. My name is Keisha Lewis, and I am a proud member of the National Association of Letter Carriers.
At this time, I would like to introduce the former national officers that have joined us on stage. I thank you for your dedicated service to our union and our members. And when I call your name, if you could please stand and be recognized. Dan Versluis, former Region 4 National Business Agent. Mike Weir, former Region 5 National Business Agent. Pat Carroll, former Region 6 National Business Agent. Troy Clark, former National, is Troy up here? I didn't see Troy. Okay, never mind. He'll be here later in the week. Barry Weiner, former Region 7 National Business Agent. Ned Faroo, former Region 7 National Business Agent. Chris Wittenberg, former Region 7 National Business Agent. Matty Rose, former Region 9 National Business Agent. Kenny Gibbs, former Region 9 National Business Agent. Gene Goodwin, former Region 10 National Business Agent. Bill Cook, former Region 11 National Business Agent. Bill Lucini, former Region 12 National Business Agent. Mike Gill, former National Trustee. Brian Hellman, former Director of the Health Plan. Lou Drass, former Vice President. Gary Mullins, former Executive Vice President. And Fred Rolando, former President of the NALC. Did I miss anybody? I got everyone? Great. I got to make sure I didn't miss somebody. Thank you again for your service to our union. At this time, I would like to introduce Region 1 National Business Agent Alan Rios, who is going to do some more introductions.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. My name is Alan Rios, Branch 1100, Garden Grove, California, and I have the distinct, that's right, I have the distinct honor of serving as our National Business Agent for Region 1. On behalf of Region 1, it is my privilege to welcome each of you to our 74th Biennial National Convention for the National Association of Letter Carriers. And before I continue, I want to extend our sincere gratitude to our host branch 24 for the tremendous effort, planning, and hospitality that made this convention possible. Their hard work has helped create an outstanding experience for all of us. So please join me in giving Branch 24 a well-deserved round of applause. I would like to also extend a warm welcome to our national officers and to each of our 15 NALC regions represented here today. Whether you're a first-time convention attendee, retiree, or guest, we are honored to have you with us and grateful that you have traveled from all over the country to participate in this important event. And what better place to gather than Los Angeles, a city known for its diversity, innovation, culture, and championship spirit. We're especially proud to welcome you to the home of the back-to-back World Series champion Los Angeles Dodgers. Woo! That's right. Don't hate. Whether you're a lifelong baseball fan or simply appreciate excellence, we're excited to share our city with you. And don't worry, you don't have to worry about a scarce amount of R's around here. So you don't have to park your car in Harvard Yard either. So While you're here, I encourage you to take advantage of everything Los Angeles has to offer. Just outside JW Marriott and LA Live, you'll find world-class dining, entertainment, and attractions. Nearby are destinations such as Crypto.com Arena, the Peacock Theater, and the Grammy Museum. Venture a little further and you'll discover Hollywood, the Santa Monica Pier, Griffith Observatory, the Getty Center, and the iconic Southern California coastline. But as remarkable as Los Angeles may be, the true reason we are here is far more important. We gather this week united by a common purpose, to strengthen our union and advance the interests of every letter carrier across this nation. This convention is where ideas are exchanged, resolutions are debated, friendships are strengthened, and the future of our union is shaped. The strength of the NALC has never rested on one individual. It has always rested in the dedication, sacrifice, and solidarity of its members. Each branch represented in this room plays a vital role in protecting our contract, defending the letter carriers, and ensuring the future generations of letter carriers inherit an even stronger union than the one we enjoy today. As we conduct the important business before us this week, let us do so with professionalism, respect, and a shared commitment to the principles that have guided the NALC for generations. We may all come from different branches, regions, backgrounds, but we stand united in service to all the letter carriers and in support of one another. Thank you for being here, for your commitment to our union, and for all the work you do every day on behalf of letter carriers across America. So at this time, it is my privilege to introduce my colleagues, the national business agents from the other 14 regions. Starting off with, if you'd like to stand up to be recognized, Region 2, Nick Vafiadis, representing the carriers from Alaska, Utah, Idaho, Montana, Oregon, and Washington. Region 3, Michael Kareff, representing the state of Illinois. Region 4, John Robles, serving the letter carriers of Arizona, Arkansas, Colorado, Oklahoma, and Wyoming. Region 5, David Teagarden, serving the letter carriers of Missouri, Iowa, Nebraska, and Kansas. I'm gonna try something different. I'll say the name at the end. Region 6, representing the carriers of Kentucky, Indiana, and Michigan, David Mudd. Region 7, serving the letter carriers of Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wisconsin, Patrick Johnson. Region 8, serving the letter carriers of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee, Steve Lassen. Region 9, serving the letter carriers of Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas, Eddie Davidson. Region 10, serving the letter carriers of New Mexico and Texas, Sean Boyd. Region 11, serving the letter carriers of upstate New York and Ohio, Mark Camilli. Region 12, serving the carriers of Pennsylvania and South and Central New Jersey, Brian Thompson. Region 13, serving the letter carriers of Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, West Virginia, and the District of Columbia, Veda Preston. Region 14, serving the New England states of Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Vermont, Rick DeCecca. Region 15, serving the letter carriers of Northern New Jersey, New York City, Southwest Connecticut, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands, Bruce Dickinson. Sorry. All right, so I wish each of you a productive week, meaningful discussions, lasting fellowship, and a successful convention. Enjoy your time in Los Angeles and have a wonderful convention. God bless you.
At this time, I would like to introduce the remaining national officers. Charlie Heege, National Trustee and President of Branch 36, New York City. Sandy Lamel, Trustee and President of Branch 1, Detroit. Larry Brown, Chair of the Board of Trustees and President of the host branch, Los Angeles 24. I'm now going to move to the left of the stage, my right. Stephanie Stewart, Director of the Health Benefit Plan. Jim Yates, Director of Life Insurance. Dan Toth, Director of Retired Members. Manny Peralta, Director of Safety and Health. Chris Jackson, Director of City Delivery. Mac Julian, Assistant Secretary Treasurer. James Henry, Vice President. Paul Barner, Executive Vice President. And finally, it is my privilege to introduce the President of the National Association of Letter Carriers. He has been in and around our union for his entire life. The son of a letter carrier from Hattiesburg, Mississippi, he followed in his father's footsteps and delivered mail from the same post office in his hometown starting in 2004, and has served his fellow letter carriers at every level of the NALC ever since. For Branch 938 in Hattiesburg, for the Mississippi State Association of Letter Carriers, for Region 8, as a staffer at national headquarters, and as an elected national officer in 3 different capacities: the Director of City Delivery, Executive Vice President, and President. As President, he successfully concluded a decades-long NALC campaign to repeal the windfall elimination provision and the government pension offset. What we call the WEP GPO, right? Which restored Social Security benefits for federal employees and our members with the passage of the Social Security Fairness Act of 2024. He mobilized NALC's bipartisan allies on Capitol Hill to fend off federal employee health insurance and pension benefit cuts from the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill in 2025. And he led the effort to thwart a Trump administration executive order that would have illegally fired the Postal Service's Board of Governors and placed the Postal Service under the control of the Department of Commerce. These efforts have spared the NALC from the ongoing assault on federal employee unions in Washington, D.C. Please help me in welcoming the 19th President of the National Association of Letter Carriers, Brian Renfro.
Good morning. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Thank you to Brother Larry Brown and our Branch 24 brothers and sisters for hosting us here in Los Angeles. But most importantly, thanks to all of you, our delegates. Thank you for taking the time to travel here and spend this week conducting the business of our great union, the National Association of Letter Carriers. From our daily business sessions in this hall to our morning and afternoon workshops, and just the opportunity to be here with thousands of your fellow NALC members, it's a busy week, and there is a lot to take in. I hope you all spend the next few days soaking it all in and making the most of your time at this extraordinary event. We're here in LA for a national convention for only the third time in our union's history. And recent years have been difficult in this great city. Major labor strikes, devastating wildfires, and federal immigration aids have bruised this city and its workers. But it's a city that, just like letter carriers, is resilient. For much of the early 20th century, Los Angeles promoted itself as an anti-union, open-shop stronghold. Imagine that. But that didn't stop workers who, despite harsh legal and political pressure, kept organizing. The 1910 bombing of the Los Angeles Times building by labor radicals brought national attention to the labor conflicts here in this city. Throughout the 1930s, workers organized in construction, transportation, and manufacturing, benefiting from the New Deal legislation that protected collective bargaining rights. The rise of Hollywood also created new opportunities for organizing, leading to the formation of powerful entertainment unions based right here. Around World War II, unions expanded their influence when industrial unionism spread through war production, aerospace, rubber, auto, and steel plants. And by the mid-20th century, union density had risen sharply, and organized labor had a much stronger foothold in this area. That industrial base later weakened in the 1970s as factories closed, but labor did not disappear. Since the 1980s, Los Angeles labor is rebuilt around immigrant workers, service sector jobs, hotels, janitorial work, public sector workers, and teachers. Coalitions between unions and community groups have helped drive major campaigns for decent wages and dignity at work, workplace rights, making Los Angeles one of the most dynamic labor cities in the country today, and making it a fitting host for our convention. And we are gathered in this great city at a pivotal time in our union. While we've celebrated some monumental victories over the last couple of years, we've also faced innumerable attacks from multiple directions. The future of our jobs, retirements, and the independent postal service were on the line in early 2025 when the administration threatened to dismantle and privatize the agency. Later that year, our retirement benefits were under siege as Congress worked on its budget reconciliation package, culminating in the enactment of the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill. This all happened during 2 rounds of collective bargaining, one of which is ongoing, in which we bargained with the Postal Service in some of the most challenging financial conditions and intense political pressure in our union's history. But during all of this, we didn't stand on the sidelines as other federal employees and their unions were attacked, even though they faced impossible challenges, including an executive order that decimated their memberships and their collective bargaining rights. We stood up for our fellow federal employees and helped lead in the successful fight against further cuts to their rights and their retirement benefits throughout this budget reconciliation process. To put it mildly, the last 2 years have been unpredictable, unprecedented, and tumultuous. That's why in early 2025, we launched our Fight Like Hell campaign, which has guided our union's efforts in all the battles that we have faced. And through it all, our members haven't wavered. You never hesitated to answer a call to action, to organize a rally, or to get involved in our bargaining process. These last 2 years have shown that having the most engaged, activated, and committed union membership in this country pays off. It's why we are where we are today, in a time when many unions around this country have taken significant hits. We stand unscathed and stronger than ever. With 93% of letter carriers choosing to be a part of NALC, outsiders or those who try to challenge us know or quickly find out that we are a united front that cannot be divided. Organizing success like ours is envied and unheard of, and it's not something we take for granted. We use it to our advantage, and it's proven to be our strongest weapon, even in the most difficult times. One of the times I was here in LA last year, NALC was in the fight of our lives, rallying against White House attempts to destroy our Postal Service. Branch 24 and a number of other branches in Southern California and many of our labor allies showed up that day, nearly 1,000 strong, to say, hell no. That is what this city and our union is about. Fighting for workers, for our communities, and for our futures. We could not have better hosts for this convention. I ask you all to take a moment and join me in expressing both our excitement to be here and our appreciation for my dear friend, Brother Larry Brown, and all the members of Branch 24, as well as the City of Los Angeles. About a month ago, I made a very difficult decision. I decided that I would not seek or accept nomination for another term as president of the NALC. I was born 3 years after my father started as a letter carrier. And our letter carrier world is really all I've ever known. So this truly was a gut-wrenching decision. But you know when it's right. It's been a privilege for me to represent letter carriers in my branch, state, and region since my early 20s, and for the last 16 years at NALC headquarters, including the past 4 as president. And while my work will continue for the next few months to complete the term of office that the members of NALC elected me to serve, this will be the last convention that I chair. But this convention is not about me. It isn't about any other individual sitting on this stage, nor is it about any individual of the thousands of delegates assembled in this hall. Like everything else we do this week in this convention, is about each of us fulfilling our responsibilities to collectively do the work that must be done for the members of the NALC, and that is what we will do at this convention. Over the next week, we will discuss the battles we fought and won, like preventing nearly all of the threats that have come our way, and the many battles we still have ahead, including achieving a new national agreement and working towards the necessary reforms to stabilize the future of the Postal Service and our jobs. No fight is easy. This one hasn't been easy, and it will only get more difficult. But no one is better prepared or more dedicated to getting the job done than the members of NALC. We left our last convention in Boston just a few months before the 2024 elections. As we all know, that election resulted in one party taking control of the House, Senate, and the White House early last year. Less than a month after President Trump was sworn into his second term, we launched NALC's Fight Like Hell campaign, knowing many battles were ahead. We held a kickoff event at NALC headquarters in mid-February that outlined our major battles, which included our fight for a fair contract, our fight against any efforts to privatize the Postal Service, our fight against changes to the health care and retirement benefits that letter carriers have earned, our fight for safety and protection on the job, including an end to the assaults and robberies targeting letter carriers on our routes, and national standards related to heat and other extreme weather. And our fight for a fair retirement for all letter carriers, including those who spent time in a non-career position by passing the Federal Retirement Fairness Act. While our fight on these fronts never ends, just 1 week after we kicked off this campaign, one fight took center stage. On February 21st, 2025, the Washington Post began reporting that President Trump planned to issue an executive order to dismantle and privatize the Postal Service. The reported executive order would have fired the USPS Board of Governors and moved our agency under the Commerce Department. Essentially, the independent, self-funded Postal Service as we know it would have been destroyed. There were many that simply accepted that this was inevitable. Not us. Hell no. We activated. We immediately started moving our Republican friends that knew the value of the Postal Service because of the relationships we built with them. Within hours, you answered the first of many calls to action. Our members called the phone line of the Speaker of the House. So many called, they eventually shut down the phone line. Our members and our Republican friends on the Hill sent the same message. Tell the White House to keep their hands off the Postal Service. Behind the scenes, NALC conducted a targeted digital campaign, leaned heavily on our long-standing, strong bipartisan relationships to prevent this executive order from seeing the light of day. But that wasn't all. We knew more was likely coming. So we did what letter carriers do best, got loud. Less than 72 hours after the initial report that this executive order was imminent, we held a rally outside NALC headquarters in D.C., just steps from the Capitol, to tell the White House hell no to dismantling the Postal Service. Hundreds of members of the NALC from across the country, labor leaders, other union members, members of Congress, and other allies attended. The energy of that rally was unmatched, and the power of our collective voice was on full display. Following this successful event, more digital days of action followed. And each time, the members of our union answered the call, and our voice only got louder. On March 23rd, we took that fight nationwide. After lots of organizing and behind-the-scenes work, our branches and state associations held more than 250 rallies across the country on the same day to show that Americans care about the future of letter carriers and the future of the Postal Service. As I mentioned earlier, I had the pleasure of joining Branch 24, Branch 1100, and many others here in LA for one of our biggest rallies that day. It was an awesome event, and just one of the hundreds that happened that day. The rallies we conducted that day generated a plethora of local and national media coverage. which helped raise public awareness and support for the Postal Service and for our jobs. With all that momentum, we kept the fight up in D.C. too. 2 days after that massively successful day of action, I joined the presidents of the American Postal Workers Union and the National Rural Letter Carriers Association at the National Press Club to discuss the threats that were facing the Postal Service. This was all part of a strategic effort to educate the media and the public about what was at stake in our fight against privatization. Simultaneously, you kept lobbying your members of Congress to sign on to our anti-privatization resolution. And in July of last year, we reached a bipartisan majority of co-sponsors in the House. While we know the administration's ideas were illegal and unconstitutional, reaching that bipartisan majority threshold was just another stark reminder to them there's no appetite in Congress or anywhere else in this country to privatize the Postal Service. Now, make no mistake, this fight was not easy. We had to approach it from all angles and pull out all the stops. But having the most activated and engaged union membership in America is what made it possible. We have so much to be proud of in this fight. Stop and think about it. Let's take a step back. The media was framing this as imminent. That's how it was reported. It was understood to be a done deal that couldn't be stopped. Well, we proved to be the one thing in their way. We united and strategically used our powerful voice when it mattered most. We educated the public about what was at stake, and the public stood with us. We were successful. The administration has not issued an executive order to restructure or privatize the Postal Service. And while we're always ready for anything that could come, those talks have quieted since we were successful in fighting back last year. The fight for the future of our jobs, retirements, and the entire Postal Service has been central to the work our union has done since our last convention. But it certainly hasn't been our only fight. We've also fought for a fair contract in 2 rounds of collective bargaining. We faced some of the most difficult bargaining circumstances in our union's history, with parcel volume down, an economy in flux, and the continued deterioration of the Postal Service's finances. But despite these challenges, that hasn't changed our goals, what we fight for, nor has it changed what our members want and deserve. At the 2024 convention in Boston, much time was spent discussing the status of negotiations with the Postal Service. At that time, we had agreed to remain at the table with management as long as the prospects remain to reach a tentative agreement that will meet our goals. Because talks continued to be productive, we determined that was the best way to proceed. 2 months after we convened in Boston, we reached a tentative agreement with the Postal Service. The following day, the NALC Executive Council met to discuss the tentative agreement, and in accordance with Article 16 of our Constitution, we announced the agreement would be sent out for a ratification vote among eligible NALC members. On January 31st of 25, we announced that the active membership had voted to reject the ratification of the tentative agreement. That same day, pursuant again to Article 16 of our Constitution, we notified the Postal Service of that result and of our intent to reopen negotiations within 5 days for a period of time not to exceed 15 calendar days. Negotiations reopened on February 3rd. During that 15-day period, we polled the membership to further gain an objective understanding of what letter carriers would deem fair. And while there was some movement on some issues during that period, the Postal Service was not willing to move enough to produce a contract worthy of a second ratification vote. On February 19th, the Executive Council voted unanimously to not send out the terms that they had agreed to, or would potentially agree to, for a second ratification vote. We notified the Postal Service that we were now at impasse. We immediately began to work with the Postal Service to determine dates for interest arbitration. At the same time, we had to take a look around us and acknowledge that in the midst of our bargaining, times had changed and changed significantly. Seeing what the Trump administration had managed to do to other federal workers and their unions after only 1 month in office, our attorneys and others advised that our lack of a collective bargaining agreement presented an immediate and potentially massive legal vulnerability. Our priorities suddenly became twofold: earn the best possible contract for our members in impasse proceedings, and protect our members by having a collective bargaining agreement in place as soon as we could. Thanks to the preparations that began well before any round of collective bargaining, we had already built a strong interest arbitration case and were ready to use it to fight to achieve the best possible collective bargaining agreement immediately. We proceeded with interest arbitration, and on March 21st, arbitrator Dennis Nolan issued a final and binding award that set the terms of the new collective bargaining agreement between us and the Postal Service. The award, which covered the period from May 21st, 23 to May 22nd, 2026, included the largest annual general wage increases since the 2006 national agreement, 6 cost of living adjustments, and full back pay for all hours worked. The terms awarded also addressed several of our objectives, such as increasing starting pay, reducing the time to top step, and further increasing top step pay, where letter carriers spend most of their careers and is the salary on which our retirement calculations are based. The agreement also achieved more official NALC bargaining positions than any in recent memory. It included significant changes to Article 8 that have been in effect for over a year now and have served us well. Once this arbitrated award was in place, the work kept going. That's because for us, collective bargaining never truly stops. The truth is that NALC is in a constant state of bargaining with the Postal Service, whether an agreement has just been settled or a contract is in its final days. We perpetually exchange ideas, regardless of where we are in any particular contract or negotiation cycle. Collective bargaining is no longer an old school, stuffy process. It isn't a series of pre-scheduled, formalized meetings that finalize everything. It's constant conversations with our counterparts. And whether these happen in person, by phone, video call, or other means, they are continuous. Even if it's not visible or made public, it's always ongoing. The 2023 round of collective bargaining and the delegates at our last convention made clear that our members were engaged with the process and craving information and the opportunity to provide more input. Heading into our next round of negotiations, this was at top of mind for the entire Executive Council. As always, we did everything possible to meet our members' needs and committed to increased transparency in the process. After returning from Boston, we developed a thoughtful and robust plan, which included the creation of rank and file bargaining committees, opening a collective bargaining survey to all active members of our union, membership polls, holding a day of action in conjunction with the opening of negotiations, bi-weekly members-only updates during the bargaining period, members-only video live streams, a national collective bargaining conference for branch and state leaders, video and podcast episodes, and more. These initiatives took place alongside normal preparation, including regular meetings of subcommittees made up of members of the Executive Council as well as NALC staff who worked to develop bargaining proposals, a national rap session, and the extensive preparations for making our case in possible interest arbitration. As with every round of bargaining, our preparations began well ahead of the start of the bargaining period. In early September 2025, the Executive Council met at NALC headquarters to create internal bargaining subcommittees composed of council members and our headquarters staff. These subcommittees immediately began to review information such as official bargaining positions adopted by NALC conventions via resolutions, just like the many resolutions we will consider over the course of this week. Their task was to develop proposals for submission in the collective bargaining process. The subcommittees met weekly throughout this preparation period. In September, the first rank and file bargaining committee met in person just outside Washington, D.C. This group of 30 letter carriers from across the country was divided into 3 groups: branch leaders, contract enforcers, and newer members. And they worked hard to provide input on potential proposals from their various perspectives. The committee offered a variety of concepts for achieving our economic goals and many ideas for proposed work rule changes. A second rank and file bargaining committee with 30 more members met in January of 2026 and went through the same exercise. The feedback from both of these committees was invaluable and provided the bargaining subcommittees with input from those representing letter carriers on the workroom floor all across the country. Many of the new ideas that came from these committees were crucial to our bargaining strategy, and I am so proud and appreciative of the hard work of those 60 individuals. In November 2025, more than 1,000 branch and state leaders representing letter carriers all across the country gathered in Cleveland, Ohio for our national conference or RAP session. We spent our time there discussing collective bargaining preparations and goals. The first day was devoted to workshops that were presented by the subcommittees of the Executive Council. A significant portion of the presentations that the council members made was also devoted to answering questions and getting feedback from our branch and state leaders in attendance. Every attendee had the opportunity to ask the subcommittee questions and, most importantly, offer suggestions for the subcommittees to consider. Subcommittee members heard the feedback, took notes, took those suggestions back as they continued their work developing bargaining proposals. The next day in Cleveland, we held a RAP session and devoted a significant portion of that day to discussing collective bargaining. Crucial to the economic preparation is the information about the goals members would like us to prioritize. To that end, we conducted several polls of members throughout the preparation and bargaining process to gain information about the priorities of our members. We also, for the first time, made a collective bargaining survey available to all of our active members in February of this year. Any active member could provide feedback on our bargaining priorities and share any suggestions that they had. And then on February 22nd, just 3 days before we formally opened negotiations, we held fair contract rallies around the country. More than 100 branches from coast to coast held local Fight Like Hell rallies calling for a fair contract. Some in the sunshine, some in the snow, and some in the rain, letter carriers and supporters across the country showed up and made our voices heard. These rallies focused on making our demands known and reminding the public that a strong, well-compensated, and well-respected workforce is the key to the Postal Service's success and the essential service that we provide As always, we successfully delivered the message, and these rallies were covered in local media markets all over the country. Negotiations with the Postal Service officially opened on February 25th, and throughout the 90-day bargaining period, we met frequently with our counterparts at the Postal Service to discuss work rule proposals and potential economic provisions. The Executive Council continued to meet frequently to share updates and discuss the status of negotiations. We posted online bargaining updates bi-weekly to the members-only portal throughout the bargaining period, noting that progress was being made on some work rule proposals. Beginning May 17th, the entire NALC Executive Council, along with headquarters letter carrier staff, legal counsel, and professional staff, came together with the Postal Service's bargaining team in a DC hotel for the final week of the contract in an attempt to reach a deal before its expiration. However, as the contract expired on May 22nd, even after 3 months of intense negotiations, we had not reached a tentative agreement, and the expired agreement would remain in full force and effect until a new negotiated or arbitrated agreement took effect. I held members-only collective bargaining live streams on the evening of May 22nd and May 31st, where I shared an in-depth update on the status of negotiations and discussed every proposal submitted by both the NALC as well as the Postal Service. I also discussed the next steps of the bargaining process and our intention to continue bargaining through the mandatory 60-day mediation period to try to reach an agreement. 1 week after the expiration of the 2023 national agreement, we held our first ever 2-day collective bargaining conference in Washington, D.C. to give branch and state association presidents an unprecedented insider's view on the state of negotiations and the process. More than 250 branch and state presidents or their designees attended and had the opportunity to freely ask questions, share feedback, and gather information to bring back to their members. Over the 2 days, we dove deep into the process and into the specific economic and work rule provisions that were on the table. Attendees provided thoughtful, productive feedback that would help us understand how best to move forward. The 60-day mediation period ended just prior to most of NALC's officers and staff traveling to this convention. We do not have a tentative agreement. The next step is to select an arbitrator to chair our interest arbitration panel and then schedule the interest arbitration process. Our preparation for interest arbitration has been ongoing simultaneously with the collective bargaining preparation I described a few minutes ago. Our attorneys, letter carrying professional staff, and expert witnesses have worked since last summer to construct our case. The Executive Council had detailed discussion on every piece of the case that we intend to present. We are prepared to present the strongest possible case. While we prefer to reach tentative agreement and give our members the choice in ratification balloting, such agreement is unlikely at this point. So we are moving forward to interest arbitration. Of course, I won't get into the details of our case here for obvious reasons, but a workshop on interest arbitration will be held Wednesday afternoon. I encourage you to attend. As we move to the next step, we will continue working and negotiating with our counterparts on important issues like Article 8, the grievance arbitration procedure, and route evaluation and adjustment, just to name a few. Whether it's through interest arbitration or a voluntary agreement, we will do what NALC has done for decades: achieve the best agreement that can be achieved for our members. While much of our efforts in the legislative and political arena have been defensive as I touched on in the beginning. Early in 2025, we celebrated a major legislative victory when the Social Security Fairness Act was finally signed into law. The bill repealed the windfall elimination provision in the government pension offset, parts of the Social Security law that unfairly reduced or eliminated Social Security benefits for certain civil service retirees, including letter carriers. For more than 40 years, these unfair, backwards provisions had harmed our members and other public servants. For decades, NALC led the fight to repeal them. Despite a majority of bipartisan support in previous Congresses, the bill never made it through. But all that changed at the end of 2024. Together, the House Bill's co-leads, the members that had introduced the legislation, decided to file a discharge petition. That's a procedural measure that, if it's adopted, allows the bill to bypass the committee of jurisdiction and go straight to the floor of the House of Representatives for a vote. This is a complicated and, frankly, usually an unsuccessful maneuver, but it was met with great support. The petition needed 218 signatures, a majority of the House, to move the bill directly to the House floor. Little more than a week after the petition was filed, we got there. The threshold meeting signature, number 218, came on the same day that I spoke at a rally on Capitol Hill, calling on all House members to sign the petition and support passage of this bill. A few weeks later, the bill made history, passing the House by a staggering 327 to 75 vote. But that was only step one. With the House victory in the rearview mirror, all eyes were on the Senate, where the companion bill had 62 co-sponsors, which indicated enough support for passage. In the middle of a lame duck session where government funding, among other priorities, needed to be considered in a very short period of time, it was unclear if the Senate would make time to consider the bill. Once again, we stood up and made our voice heard by participating in a labor-led event on Capitol grounds to call on the Senate to act. Before I spoke to the crowd that day in the pouring rain, Leader Chuck Schumer took the stage and committed to bring the bill to the Senate floor. And 1 week later, the Senate passed the bill, sending it to President Biden to sign into law. All this work, when the opportunity arose, coupled with the members of our union's years of activism, calling and writing and meeting with members of Congress to educate them on the issue, was the reason this bill became law. It's not too often these days that those in Washington do something right, but this time they did, and it's something we should all be extremely proud of. And while we continue to celebrate this victory, as we should, the fight for a fair retirement for all letter carriers is not over. In 2025, the bipartisan Federal Retirement Fairness Act was introduced in the House. This bill would allow those who start their federal service, and in our case, postal service, in non-career positions to buy back that time and make it creditable toward their retirement. These non-career positions are not, the time spent in these positions is not currently creditable toward retirement. Even though our members are doing the exact same work, it doesn't count. It's not fair and it's not right. This bill would correct that, and it continues to be one of our primary goals on Capitol Hill until all letter carriers have access to the fair retirement that they deserve. While we started 2025 off with a major legislative victory in the signing of the Social Security Fairness Act, only a few months later, we faced one of the most consequential legislative battles in our union's history. Last spring, under a new government trifecta, lawmakers began working on a process called budget reconciliation. This process allowed Republican lawmakers to bypass Democratic opposition to advance the president's comprehensive tax, immigration, energy, and health care agenda, culminating ultimately in the enactment of the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill. In the process, as proposals took on numerous iterations, provisions were included that posed massive threats to letter carriers. The fight began in April 2025 when the Republican-supported House budget resolution, which had passed earlier that year, tasked the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform with cutting $50 billion in spending. As we anticipated, the committee immediately began focusing on cutting federal employee retirement benefits because that's the only thing they could cut. While not all were proposals that were formally mentioned in committee business, numerous ideas that would have harmed federal employees were thrown around in the weeks leading up to the committee's markup. They were extremely harmful things, like requiring the Office of Personnel Management to conduct a comprehensive audit of employee family members currently enrolled in the Federal Employees Health Benefits Program, converting new federal workers to at-will employment unless they accepted a higher contribution rate to the FERS retirement system, eliminating official time, what we call steward time, unless unions compensated the federal government for that time, charging a fee for federal employees' MSPB appeals to limit federal employee buyout, and moving the Federal Employees Health Benefits Program from the premium share model that we all know to a voucher model. On April 30th, 2025, our fight came into full focus when the committee advanced a package that included 3 attacks that would have significantly hurt letter carriers directly. The committee called for increasing the federal employees retirement system FERS contribution rate for existing employees, eliminating the FERS special annuity supplement, and calculating our annuities based on a high 5 average salary instead of high 3. Combined, these provisions would have had devastating effects on letter carrier retirement benefits and take-home pay. NALC members quickly answered the call to action. Thousands of letter carriers contacted their representatives telling them to remove these provisions. At the same time, we worked in D.C. to get our message out on Capitol Hill. I participated in a roundtable with other labor leaders, including my brother Everett Kelly, the president of AFGE, who you'll hear from later this week, and members of Congress to emphasize the severity of these attacks. Our members' activism, coupled with our union's efforts in Washington, D.C., resulted in the removal of 2 of these 3 provisions from the first package passed in the House of Representatives. While the blanket FERS contribution increase and moving to a high 5 annuity calculation, those 2 provisions were removed, the elimination of the FERS special annuity supplement, which is a crucial benefit for FERS-covered employees who retire before the age of 62 when they become eligible for Social Security. That was included in this large, sweeping package that was passed in the House of Representatives by 1 vote. Other anti-labor provisions, which would not have directly affected us, but also set a dangerous precedent, also passed the House. These included forcing new federal hires to choose between an at-will employment or an increased contribution to FERS, or imposing a fee on MSPB claims and appeals. Immediately after the House passed this package on May 22nd of last year, all eyes turned to the Senate. NALC utilized every possible resource to ensure that the Senate would not eliminate the FERS special annuity supplement. In this process, Republicans were the only lawmakers with any say or any control. So our strong bipartisan relationships became more important than ever before. First, we worked with Republican Representative Brian Fitzpatrick, a longtime friend of letter carriers. Fitz helped produce a letter to Senate Majority Leader John Thune and the chair of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Mike Crapo, and urged the Senate not to decrease postal employee retirement benefits. 16 other House Republicans signed the letter and stood with us. Now, this is something that doesn't happen often. These are 16 members who voted for that bill to pass. They then went to the Senate and said, "We screwed up, you have to fix this." This is something that's unheard of. But the work that we have done over the years in Washington, D.C., and just as importantly, all across the country, to develop strong bipartisan relationships, made it possible and made it happen. At the same time, I steadily met with House and Senate Republican leaders to make it clear that we oppose this provision and caution them that any package that harmed letter carriers would not be tolerated. These tactics, combined with our members continuing to contact their senators, were successful. The Senate never included any proposal in any of their proposals, the elimination of the FERS special annuity supplement. But there were new attacks as the Senate committees began the same process that the House had done a few weeks earlier and started to look for their own spending cuts. The Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, chaired by Rand Paul, decided it was a good idea to target electric postal vehicles, of all things. He proposed rescinding any unspent funds that was designated for the Postal Service to buy electric vehicles, and then requiring the agency to sell all of its electric vehicles and the infrastructure associated with it. This is a ridiculous idea. It was pretty much dead on arrival. We shut that down and it was quickly removed. That's one victory. Fight wasn't over. Chairman Paul had other ideas. He called for increasing the FERS contribution rate to a staggering 15.6% for all postal employees hired in 2026 and beyond. This percentage contribution would have significantly and permanently reduced the take-home pay of letter carriers by thousands of dollars each year. For the last time in this months-long battle, our members activated, contacted their senators, and before the Senate voted on the final package, the last attack was removed. Once the bill passed the Senate on July 1st of last year, the House passed the same bill 48 hours later and sent it to President Trump to sign by his self-imposed July 4th deadline. While the fight was long, difficult, and unpredictable, NALC ultimately had all threats directly targeting letter carriers and other federal employees removed from the final bill. While enactment of the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill was certainly nothing to celebrate for many Americans, the real victory for us as letter carriers was fending off a seemingly endless line of attacks through all the different proposed provisions in the bill. The long, difficult battle is a powerful reminder of our influence and ability to win any fight together. The attacks in budget reconciliation and the general threats against the entire Postal Service were just a sampling of the attacks that came against federal unions over the last 2 years. The last 18 months have been a steady, broad, and coordinated assault on labor rights by weakening unions, hollowing out enforcement agencies, and using federal power to make organizing, bargaining, and striking harder. The biggest targets have been federal workers, but the damage has also spread to contractors, public services, and the broader labor movement. The administration's most direct attack on the labor movement has been on the federal workforce and civil service, which is near and dear to us, of course. On the day he took office, President Trump issued an executive order implementing a federal hiring freeze, meant to weaken the capacity of federal agencies by leaving positions unfilled and constraining agency staffing. We know all too well the impacts of staffing problems. That same day, he established the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, by executive order. Remember that? Over its 6-month tenure, DOGE was responsible for cutting an additional 250,000 federal jobs. In March 2025, the administration launched the most sweeping assault on federal labor rights in the history of our country by issuing executive orders that strip collective bargaining rights from hundreds of thousands of federal workers. The administration has also terminated the collective bargaining agreements of major federal employee unions, including those at the Department of Veteran Affairs, the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Transportation Safety Administration. Despite legal action by the union sometimes resulting in court injunctions and favorable decisions, these unions have been decimated, losing thousands of members and their collective bargaining rights. The federal government shutdown in 2025 lasted from October 1st to November 12th, the longest in our country's history. That shutdown punished the federal workforce. Threats that back pay would not be provided put pressure not only on the workers themselves and their families, but pressure on union resources that were needed to support members during a difficult time. The administration has also undercut the National Labor Relations Board and the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service. 1 week into his term, President Trump removed NLRB member Gwen Wilcox, notably the first black woman to serve on the NLRB since its inception in 1935, leaving the board without a quorum and unable to fully hear cases or issue decisions. Later, FMCS was targeted with staffing cuts and reducing its functions. The broader effect of these actions has been to make unions easier to destabilize by weakening the institutions that workers rely on to defend representation and contract rights that we have bargained. More broadly, Trump's Department of Labor has prioritized deregulation rather than enforcement and has rolled back many workplace rules protecting workers all across the country. The administration has proposed or sought to roll back numerous workplace safety rules that have been established by OSHA, arguing that they are overly burdensome to businesses. It's also altered overtime eligibility thresholds, preventing millions of workers from receiving overtime pay, and has moved to strip minimum wage and overtime protections for vulnerable care workers and workers with disabilities. The administration has even made efforts to scale back federal child labor protections, loosening rules that safeguard teenagers from dangerous industries. While some of President Trump's actions have targeted the Postal Service, NALC has made it 18 months into this administration unscathed, at least directly, thanks in large part to the strategic decisions that we have made. In March 2025, we learned of then Postmaster General Louis DeJoy's unexpected exit from the Postal Service, and we carefully monitored the Board of Governors' search for his replacement. We voiced our concerns about their choice of David Steiner, a White House pick, who came directly from the board of one of our competitors, FedEx. While we have worked in good faith with the new Postmaster General, we remain alert for evidence of conflicts of interest or further White House meddling. In March of 2025, Trump signed an executive order filled with blatant lies meant to undermine the nation's free and fair election process by placing restrictions on voter access to the ballot box. Today, many provisions of this order have been blocked and others are still being challenged in federal court. In July 2025, President Trump issued an executive order suspending the de minimis exception for international packages as part of his trade policy. This sudden taxation of all packages under $800 entering the country through our postal system has permanently reduced international parcel volume and revenue for the Postal Service. Earlier this year, President Trump made another attempt to interfere with elections in March by signing an executive order that would make the Postal Service responsible for ensuring we do not deliver mail ballots to ineligible voters through a convoluted process of sharing eligible voter lists between the states and various federal agencies, including the Postal Service. NALC submitted comment opposing this rule, and while the executive order was held unlawful by one federal court, appeals courts have reversed other rulings and litigation is ongoing. Understanding the context in which unions, particularly federal unions, must now operate has been an immense challenge, but it has proven essential to our livelihood. We've worked tirelessly and strategically to protect our members from some of the administration's worst consequences, many of which have been felt directly by our brothers and sisters in other unions representing federal employees. This challenge isn't going anywhere. We must, and we will, continue to be diligent and strategic to navigate this increasingly dangerous and complex period for unions representing federal workers. The safety of our members is always a top priority. As we all know, letter carriers continue to face daily hazards in the work that we do. Much work has been done since we were last together at convention in Boston to combat two critical hazards: crime against letter carriers on the job and the hazard of excessive heat. In 2024, NALC worked with bipartisan lawmakers in the House and Senate on a legislative solution to combat the extreme uptick of crime and assaults committed against letter carriers that we've seen over the last several years. Simultaneously, branches around the country held rallies to raise awareness and ask the Department of Justice to take these crimes and assaults seriously and prosecute them. Our voices were heard, and we started to see more of these crimes prosecuted federally. And the number of crimes have decreased, but far too many were still taking place, and the fight for a legislative answer was not over. This Congress, we again worked with Representatives Brian Fitzpatrick and Greg Landsman and Senators Josh Hawley and Kristen Gillibrand to reintroduce the Protect Our Letter Carriers Act. The bill was identical to the one introduced in the previous Congress and includes three main elements. First, providing funding to replace and modernize collection boxes, arrow keys, and our entire lock and key system. Next, designating an assistant district attorney in each judicial district to prioritize any case that involves an assault or a crime against a letter carrier. And lastly, standardizing sentencing guidelines for those found guilty of committing these crimes. Modernizing the postal infrastructure that criminals are seeking and holding those who commit these crimes against federal employees accountable is essential to fixing this problem. In May and July of last year, I testified before two House subcommittees in support of this legislation. And since then, bipartisan support has continued to grow. And last month, the Protect Our Letter Carriers Act, the House version of the bill, surpassed a bipartisan majority of co-sponsors. This is important because it will now allow for certain House procedures that can bypass the committees of jurisdiction and bring the bill to the floor. Remember the Social Security Fairness Act? We are focused on pursuing any and all avenues to get this bill to the floor before the end of the year. Another workplace hazard that we face that continues to threaten the safety of our members is the hazard of extreme heat. For more than a decade, NALC has led the fight for a national heat safety standard. Shortly after our convention in 2024, OSHA finally released a proposed heat safety rule. We submitted comments in full support of that rule. In June 2025, I testified in OSHA's informal rulemaking hearing in support of the proposed rule. The rule includes several elements that NALC has long fought for, such as acclimatization protocols, paid employee breaks, and preserving unions' rights to bargain over heat safety protections. Overall, the proposed rule is strong, and if enforced, it would provide the protections that letter carriers and other workers need. While the rule is paused indefinitely in the current administration, we remain committed to working with OSHA, the Department of Labor, and all necessary stakeholders to move this proposal through the rulemaking process. Our union is focused on serving our members at every level. It's more than just contract enforcement or workplace safety or education. The things that we do every day are extremely important, and the ways our members show up for each other are endless. Nothing has made that more evident than the impact of our emergency response team over the last 2 years. This program was convened in 2024, and so far, we've trained dozens of letter carriers to respond to locations where our members have been impacted by a traumatic event, such as a colleague's death or serious injury, crime or assault, or some other traumatic incident. Regardless of the type of incident that has caused difficulty for our members, the ERT was created to help and support them. To date, ERT members have been deployed 174 times across the country, showing up for their fellow members when they need it most. The response to this program and the support for this program has been exceptional. When a request is received, team members are deployed almost instantly, very often arriving the next day. When they arrive, our ERT members provide peer-to-peer support by talking to letter carriers on the workroom floor or in private, if requested. They are also available to talk to family members of the affected members. Their role is to provide emotional first aid and guide them towards the available resources to get additional help depending on that individual's needs. I am immensely proud and appreciative of the team members who make this program possible. The foundation of the program was this: that our members, if given the skills and opportunities, would help other members. That's exactly what they have done. Their impact already has been immeasurable and has put what our union does best on full display, supporting our members in every circumstance. There was a workshop this morning about the ERT, so I hope that a number of you had the chance to learn more about the program there. There's also a booth in the exhibit hall, so please stop by there. I encourage you to learn more about this valuable resource. Now, I know there is no doubt among those in this hall that a well-educated and well-informed membership makes a union stronger. The training NALC provides for members at the branch, regional, and national levels is second to none in America's labor movement. For years, NALC leaders have worked to continuously update, improve, and expand education opportunities. And over the past couple of years, we have invested heavily in continuing this tradition. This past May, we launched a new online learning management system called NALC University. We firmly believe that nothing can adequately replace the value of in-person training, of what we do in the classroom, so to speak. But we also believe that we must expand access to education for all of our members. And NALC University gives union representatives and members all across the country access to training on their own time, at their own pace. These video courses are taught by real letter carriers who do this work every single day. NALC University features a virtual informal Step A training program, as well as other beneficial training courses for letter carriers. More videos have been added and will continue to be added in the coming months. So I encourage everyone to log into the members-only portal, access this new platform, NALC University. I guarantee you there's something there for us all to learn. In March of this year, we held our first week-long in-person informal Step A training. This is a week-long training that is fully geared towards shop stewards, the cornerstone and front line of the representation that we provide to the members of NALC. The curriculum gives them the foundation they need to successfully enforce our collective bargaining agreement. The classes also include other topics that assist stewards, like time management, all the different roles that shop stewards play, and how to use all the resources that are available on NALC's website. The training also gives the participants the opportunity to practice investigating a contractual violation, all the way up to the point of meeting at the informal Step A level. 50 stewards have already completed the week-long in-person program, and the next session we have scheduled is coming up soon in September. The results of the program from just one session are already evident, and we certainly look forward to continuing this training and providing opportunities to provide the best possible education to our stewards. Much like our jobs, our entire world has changed in recent years, and maybe there's no area in which the world has changed more than in how we communicate. In the last 2 years, we have worked hard to improve the way we share information and to expand our digital footprint. We've expanded our content and reach on social media to inform our members where they are, produce more short form video content than ever before, intended to both educate our members as well as videos that explain what we do, the impact we have on the public. We're currently in the midst of an extensive redesign for our website, NALC.org, both for the public-facing side of the website and the members-only portal. The new website that's expected to launch sometime early in 2027 has two primary goals. Number one, to be as easy to navigate as possible. And whether it's information about the contract, what we do with government affairs, retirement, or whatever we are seeking, we're creating a centralized hub for our members to efficiently find whatever it is that they need. And that section will only be accessible to the members of NALC. Second, we're building a website that showcases our value to the public. When our customers understand our story, who we are, and what we do for America every day, they are more likely to support us when we need it most. Expanding our communication methods never ends, and we remain committed to finding new and unique ways to engage and educate our members in the digital space. Service to our members and our community continues to thrive in several other ways. And we will focus on these efforts in the general sessions throughout the week, the workshops, as well as the booths in the hall next door. These include other resources for our members, such as the Disaster Relief Foundation, as well as our efforts to help our communities like the Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive and our work to raise money and support the Muscular Dystrophy Association. Everyone here knows that every single day, our members do much, much more than deliver the mail. We keep an eye on our communities. Since we know our neighborhoods, routes, our customers, we're often the first to notice when something is wrong, which gives us an opportunity to step in and help. I hear hundreds of stories like this every year, and there are thousands that take place, many of which no one other than that letter carrier ever knows about. Letter carriers helping an elderly neighbor, spotting a fire, saving lives, and much, much more. Sometimes these stories are picked up by the local media, but more often than not, letter carriers just go about their day and continue working and don't think it's any big deal. But it is. Every month, the Postal Record publishes hero stories submitted to the magazines. And from all of those submitted, we select award winners as National Heroes of the Year and honor them at an annual luncheon in Washington, D.C. Since our last convention, we welcomed 2 groups of heroes, one in the spring of 2025 and again in the spring of 2026. This is one of the very best NALC events. It showcases the best of what we do and who we are while honoring these incredible heroes. It is impossible to talk to these letter carriers and not be inspired and feel a little bit better about the world that we live in. It's an important reminder of something we all know. Letter carriers make America's communities safer and better. To conclude, yes, conclude. I don't like it any more than you do. Let's look forward to the fights we have ahead for both the future of our jobs as well as the future of the Postal Service. I wish that these fights were not existential, but the experiences of what we've seen across the government and of other post offices and their labor unions around the world make clear that they are existential. As with any union, understanding your employer's short and long-term outlook is critical in developing strategies to achieve the goals of the members. The Postal Service's situation is complicated by 2 main forces. Financially, the Postal Service has struggled because of changes in the letter and parcel market and constraints that have been placed on us for many years now by the United States Congress. For more than 2 decades, we have grappled with the consequences of a Postal Service that, as of today, has lost over 50% of its monopoly volume and revenue, which had traditionally funded the cost of providing the universal service that we provide to the country. As letter volume has declined and the number of delivery points increases by about 2 million each year, the Postal Service's finances have deteriorated. The rise of e-commerce, particularly the surge in parcels during the COVID-19 pandemic, has mitigated this decline to some extent, but unlike letters, the Postal Service has to compete for parcel volume with private delivery companies and has lost market share to Amazon in particular in recent years. On top of this insufficient business model, the Postal Service has a very unique financial situation. Many of its business and financial decisions that any normal business would make are limited by the Congress, and we receive no financial assistance from the Congress in return. The Postal Service is severely limited by an inadequate debt limit that's not increased since 1994, a requirement to invest its retiree funds in very low-yield Treasury bonds, and a long-term misallocation of pension liabilities from before the Postal Service as an agency even existed. The Postal Service's most recent fiscal year results revealed very concerning indicators that we haven't seen at least since the Great Recession. At the end of fiscal year 2025, the Postal Service had reached its borrowing limit of $15 billion. They ended the year with only about half the cash they had the previous fiscal year and once again defaulted on its amortization payments to its retirement accounts. This was on top of a reported net loss of $9 billion, and perhaps more importantly, a controllable loss of $2.7 billion, which was 50% higher than the previous fiscal year, primarily due to further declines in volume and, for the first time in a long time, a decline in parcel volume. At that time, the Postal Service reported that it only had enough cash to keep operating through November of 2026. Halfway through the 2026 fiscal year, just a few months ago, the situation had not improved. Volume and revenue losses persisted. The borrowing authority remained maximized, and the agency still lacked cash to fulfill its retirement obligations and maintain operations long term. In April of this year, the Postal Service announced that it would begin what they called cash conservation measures, which included temporarily pausing all of its employer normal cost contributions to the FERS account. Additionally, the PRC lifted restrictions on certain revenue that previously had been required to be used to pay for FERS amortization costs. In June 2026, the PRC noted that these changes freed up enough cash to keep the agency operating for several years. But it's clear we must find a solution soon. These cash conservation measures will not immediately have a detrimental impact on current or future retirees. However, each missed payment increases the unfunded liability, which under current law, the Postal Service will ultimately have to pay. Before undertaking these cash conservation measures, the Postal Service's combined civil service, FERS, and retiree health benefit annual costs were expected to increase from about $11 billion this year to $18 billion in 2032. The Postal Service cannot afford those costs today, and these cash conservation measures will only increase those costs in the future. Because we have an in-depth understanding of the forces affecting the Postal Service's finances, we can develop proposals that lessen or remove their impacts, and in turn support our members' goals and our position in collective bargaining. This is why we often focus so much on legislative solutions to ease these constraints on the Postal Service. Over the past 2 years, we have pursued investment reform to allow the Postal Service to diversify its retiree funds in higher yielding assets. Implementation of the Siegel Report recommendations to correct the overallocation of civil service liabilities on the Postal Service and to increase the Postal Service's debt limit. Each of these proposals would significantly reduce the Postal Service's retirement liabilities or free up cash that could be spent on operations or to modernize the network, including the employees, to meet the needs of today's customers. Enacting these reforms is critical for protecting our futures. We must also prepare for other fights that are likely to come our way soon. Around the world, governments and postal systems are addressing declines in letter volumes and increases in private competition by drastically altering their traditional postal systems, reducing delivery services, scaling down their workforces, and implementing labor practices that are more commonly found in the private sector. Similar ideas have been floated in the United States in recent months by mailers, by the PRC, and even the Postmaster General as ways to provide long-term financial stability for the Postal Service. And as some of these ideas gain traction, we must consider in earnest the futures that we want. While it may be comforting to know that post offices worldwide are encountering similar financial pressures, as they also experience really the same loss of letter volume and revenue that's sustained their systems just like it has ours for hundreds of years in some cases. Their solutions can provide some insight, but certainly are not always solutions that are welcome in our view. Many countries in recent years have responded to financial pressures by reducing the scope of their universal service obligations. These changes have ranged from relatively minor, like slowing the speed of delivery in Australia, Brazil, and Greece, to a nationwide decision to end delivery of all letter mail in Denmark at the end of last year. Several countries, including Italy, France, and New Zealand, have chosen to reduce the frequency of delivery in certain parts of their countries, particularly rural areas, meaning some residents receive mail delivery only 3 days a week. Perhaps the most extensive example is the European Union, which is currently rewriting laws that set minimum delivery service standards incorporating ideas that come, in many cases, from private sector shippers. And our siblings from the Canadian Union of Postal Workers to the north are currently fighting the government's decision to end all door delivery in Canada. These USO changes come with huge consequences for workers and their unions, obviously. And many of these changes affect those that do the job of a letter carrier for those postal services the most. For example, Canada Post estimates it'll cut 30,000 jobs, almost half of its workforce, by 2035, as they estimate fewer employees will be needed to perform cluster box delivery. Changes to the USO were, of course, not the only outcome of the Postal Service's financial challenges. Other methods of saving money on last mile delivery exist and could also have an impact on our work. Privatization was a popular solution in the 2010s, resulting in the privatization of the British, German, and Japanese post offices, just to name a few, which placed downward pressure and suppression on postal employee wages. There is also the threat of technology. Look around us. UPS, Amazon, and FedEx are all using artificial intelligence to create dynamic routes for their delivery drivers each day. They're also using it to control and surveil their drivers. So while we pursue the important legislative reforms, we must also consider the future we want for our jobs as workers and for the Postal Service as Americans. Being clear-eyed about what could be coming our way can help us act strategically and work together in our best interests. It is undeniable that the Postal Service faces existential challenges. The future of our jobs and our service are not certain. There will be change. We must be the ones shaping the change. We cannot leave it up to others. And we can do it. We can meet this challenge. but we can only do it by utilizing our strengths and through solidarity. Our union today is more influential than ever before on Capitol Hill and across the federal government. That is a strength. Our union today is in a stronger financial position than ever before. We have invested for well over a decade in growing our representational capacity and quality through adding letter carrier and professional staff in regional offices and at NALC headquarters, while continually growing the union resources. This is a strength. Our union has never been better at enforcing our collective bargaining agreement, particularly during a time when postal managers all across the country blatantly violate it on a daily basis. That work we do is a strength. And our union has never been more diverse by any measure of diversity, and that is a strength. Now, solidarity. Solidarity is omnipresent in every single successful endeavor of any union in the history of America's labor movement. The opposite of solidarity is selfishness. Selfishness is a poison that destroys solidarity. In everything we do, we must stand for each other. We must be selfless so that together we can grow stronger every day. That is solidarity. Selflessness empowers solidarity. Our strengths, combined with empowered solidarity and the spirit and toughness of fight like hell, like Mother Jones said, is what it will take to win the long battles ahead. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Let's have a great convention. Unfortunately, we have to start on a sad note. Saturday, we lost beloved Branch 530 and Alabama State Association President Antonia Shields. Antonia had battled illness for some time, though you would have hardly known it from any interaction you had with her. She was a leader in leadership's purest form. Love, strength, truth, toughness, joy poured from her every single day of her life. She can make you laugh, smile, and cry all at the same time. And I can tell you firsthand, and she's one of my oldest friends in the NALC, you had better not get out of line. But more than anything, Sister Shields carried an unbreakable spirit that just completely consumed anybody that came in contact with her. It can be very difficult to appropriately pay tribute to such a remarkable person as Antonia. As you've already seen this morning, a couple of them throughout this week, we are going to feature short videos that profile dozens of delegates to this convention. We recently filmed one of these delegate profiles with our fallen sister, Antonia. And I can think of no better way for us to remember her than hearing from her directly in this short video.
One day I was delivering the mail and I opened the screen to put the mail in the slot, and the customer opened the door and he was butt naked and I was head on with his head. One of the guys shot the guy as he ran across my mail truck. So I panicked. I jumped out the truck, and when I jumped out the truck, he was crossing the truck, and the guy shot him. So I attacked the guy, and I beat him with my mail bag. I say, you could have shot me. And I just beat him with my mail bag, and all of them called me the beat down mail lady. They called me the beat down mail lady, and they called me the singing mail lady. They called me the singing mail lady because as I walk my routes, I sing all day long while I'm walking and delivering the mail. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. Remember, you make the difference and you make the change. So always come in with a positive attitude and you'll leave with a positive attitude. My name is Antonia Schitz, and I'm a very proud member of the NALC for 32 years. NALC has been good to me and good for me, and I will always be an NALC member.
Whew.
Antonia would love nothing more than for us to carry her spirit forward in the work we do this week and beyond. May she rest in peace. I'd like to call up Sister Ryan for some announcements.
Registration for delegates and guests will continue in room 304AB until 4 p.m. this afternoon. For the remainder of the week, NALC headquarters will be in the same room, 304AB. The headquarters office, again, will be open until 4 p.m. today, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And then on Friday from 8 a.m. to noon. Branch 24 headquarters will be located in 304C for the remainder of the week. Lost and Found can be found on the concourse level by the coffee stand. Initial committee assignments were printed and distributed to the delegates in the pocket guide included in your convention bag. Delegates assigned to a committee who have not yet been advised of their duties should come to the stage desk. In the event of an injury or medical emergency, first aid is located in the south lobby by the Pico Boulevard entrance. A reminder that your delegate or guest badge will serve to admit you to the convention floor. Delegates and guests should carry their credentials at all times. Our Sergeant of Arms have been instructed not to admit any person without a badge into the general session hall. Guests of the convention will be seated in a special section at the rear of this hall and must remain in that area. And finally, there will be a blood drive in room 308B on Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Please refer to page 4 of your convention pocket guide for more information and instructions on how to schedule an appointment.
Thank you, Sister Ryan. Now I'd like to introduce the chair of the Credentials Committee from Silver Spring, Maryland, Branch 2611, Brother Delano Wilson.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Delano Wilson. I'm a member of Branch 2611 in Silver Spring, Maryland. And I'm the chairman of the Credentials Committee for the 74th Biennial National Association of Letter Carriers Convention in sunny Los Angeles, California. Mr. Chairman, the preliminary report reads as follows. Branch delegates, 5,023. At-large delegates, 54. Branches represented, 588. States represented, 51. Number of guests, 902. And other jurisdictions, 3. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Executive Board. And thank you, brothers and sisters. Have a great convention.
Thank you, Brother Wilson. A final report of the Credentials Committee will be given later in the week. A quorum is present under the provisions of Article 3, Section 3 of the NALC Constitution. The rules to be proposed by the Rules Committee for the consideration of the delegates have been distributed in advance in the books that were in your registration packet for your convenience. A copy of the proposed rules is in the front of that resolutions and amendment book that was furnished to each of the delegates when you registered. I'd now like to introduce the chair of the Rules Committee from Central Florida, Branch 1091, Brother Dan Tigrini.
Good morning. The other members of our Rules Committee are Troy Scott, Branch 129, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. April Liddy, Branch 908. South Jersey Letter Carriers. Robert McDonald, Branch 1358, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Darren Connors, Branch 2689, Melbourne, Florida. The rules can be located in the proposed resolution amendment on page 5. The convention shall be in session from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., Monday through Thursday, and 8 a.m. to noon on Friday unless otherwise ordered by the convention. If no objective or amendment is made to each rule, it shall be considered adopted by the convention as read seriatim. After the last rule has been adopted, the rule shall, upon motion, be adopted en bloc as submitted or amended. None of these rules shall be altered or amended except by a 2/3 affirmative vote of the members present and voting, and such motion shall be treated as the pending questions.
A motion regularly moved and second must be stated by the chair before any action thereon shall be in order and shall be reduced to writing by its mover if required by the chair. A member rising to speak shall announce their name, branch number, and the city the member represents. The member shall be prepared to speak immediately on the pending business. Members may not speak more than once on any question and not for more than 3 minutes, nor may they yield their unused time to another member.
A motion may be withdrawn by its mover and seconder before a vote is taken thereon without objection. A question containing 2 or more direct propositions shall be divided upon demand of any delegate. Any member using objectionable language shall be called to order by the chair, and if the member persists, they shall have their time on the pending question revoked and their remarks stricken from the record.
The chair must state every question properly put to the convention, and before putting any question to a vote shall say, "Are you ready for the question?" After waiting a reasonable time, the chair shall put the question to a vote, provided that if there be no objection to a resolution and the recommendation of the committee thereon, the chair shall declare the recommendation of the committee or the resolution as appropriate, adopted by unanimous consent, saying no objections, agreed to. 11, the whereas clauses of all resolutions and amendments before the convention shall not be read unless a demand is made by a member for the reading of the whereas clauses for a particular resolution or amendment. 12, on the opening day of the convention, the national president shall appoint an election commissioner and a board of tellers, any one of whom shall be eligible to serve as election commissioner pro tem.
Number 13, if the result of a vote ayes and nays as announced by the chair is doubted, the chair shall, upon request of any member, order a division by a rising vote. When such demand is made, it shall be immediately acted on by the chair by requesting those in favor and those opposed to stand and be counted. Number 14, if the result of a division vote is doubted, a member may request a teller vote. When a teller vote or a roll call vote is ordered, the chair will announce the order and at the expiration of 5 minutes will call for the vote. The doors of the auditorium shall be closed while the vote is being taken, during which time nobody shall be allowed to enter or leave, and the only votes of those delegates there and then present shall be counted. The sergeant at arms shall take appropriate steps to assure that only qualified delegates are in immediate meeting area. Number 15, while a question is pending, the roll shall be called upon any question upon demand of any member, seconded by another member. When such demand is made, it shall be immediately acted on by the chair by requesting an A and a nay of vote of the delegates in attendance to determine if a majority favors such roll call. Number 16, if a roll call is ordered, and it shall be conducted in the following manner. A, the National Secretary Treasurer shall make available to the Election Commissioner and Board of Tellers all registration record as compiled and submitted by the Credential Committee to the Convention. In connection with the roll call vote, there shall be no appeal of the final report of the Credential Committee if such report has previously been approved by the Convention. B, the Chair will announce the order and at the expiration of 5 minutes will call for the vote. The doors of the auditorium shall be closed while the vote is being taken, during which time nobody shall be allowed to enter or leave, and only the votes of the delegates there and then present shall be counted. The sergeant at arms shall take appropriate steps to assure that only qualified delegates are in the immediate meeting area. C, the election commissioner or their designee shall call the roll in following manner. First, national officers by position, beginning with the president. Secondly, delegates at large, alphabetically by states. And thirdly, states in alphabetical order and alphabetically by branches with state, and, when appropriate, alphabetically by delegates within the branches. The branch or delegate called to vote shall be clearly identified by name, branch number, city, and state, together with the number of votes allowed. At the conclusion of said vote, an accurate announcement of the vote shall be clearly furnished the convention. No branch or delegate whose vote has thus been officially recorded shall be recognized thereafter for purpose of altering said vote in any manner until such time as the roll call has been completed. At the time, a branch or delegate may change the previously recorded vote up to the time the chair officially announces the roll call is concluded. D, a branch upon being called and not ready to vote shall be allowed to make a single request to pass, and said branch will go to the bottom of the list. At the conclusion of the initial balloting, branches that have passed will be called alphabetically by state and alphabetically by city within their state. No branch shall be allowed more than one request to pass. E, a branch or delegate may not yield to any other branch or delegates in lieu of passing. F, the delegates may cast their vote either individually or under a unit rule in conformity with Article 4, Section 4 of the National Constitution. G, any branch or delegate called upon and not ready to vote shall go to the bottom of the list. H, the result of a roll call shall be examined and counted by the Board of Tellers and submitted by the election commissioner to the presiding officer. The chair shall immediately announce the A and nay vote to the convention. I, unless otherwise specifically provided elsewhere in these rules or in the Constitution, a simple majority of eligible votes cast shall decide the question. J, if a roll call is ordered and is in progress, no motion except to rescind such roll call shall be entertained or debate permitted. A motion to rescind shall require a majority vote of delegates present and voting. K, there shall be no appeal of any kind from the officially announced results of a roll call vote. Number 17, on the third day of the convention, nomination of officers shall...
Before you get any further in 17.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's, I know everyone is enjoying hearing the reading of the rules, but I don't know about one. Let's go microphone number 6 under privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mark Eisenhower, Alamo Branch 421, San Antonio, Texas, AKA Mark in SA, or this week it's Mark in LA. I've been with the Postal Service 28 years, 26 as a letter carrier, and 20 years.
Brother, do you rise for something that pertains to the committee's consideration of the rules?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
So this convention makes 20 years since I've been going to conventions, and I look forward to this convention being one of the most exciting and instrumental in the future of our union. Now, if this is your first convention, let me hear a heck yeah. Pretty cool, isn't it? My first convention in 2006 in Las Vegas had nearly 10,000 delegates, and I think this one's getting close to that. Every convention, resolutions and amendments are put forth by this great body to decide upon. I anticipate a lot of healthy debate to occur on the proposed resolutions and amendments that are put forth at this convention. Let's please be respectful and considerate in this process, and no shithouse lawyer comments. We expect to be treated with dignity and respect at work, and this is no different, so let's keep it civil. Now, if you, like me, most, if not all of these resolutions and amendments you'll be seeing today in this book, and there's quite a few of them, will be the first time that you're seeing them. So for the new people, when a resolution is read, usually the maker of the resolution speaks on it as to why it was put forward. Then the debate begins. People speaking for it or against it will come to the microphone offering their opinions as why. All too often, in my experience, someone will come to the microphone, Doug, and call for the question. This effectively ends debate unless the body, us, says no to the question being called. One year, I think it was Philadelphia, it was a running joke that when we saw a certain brother at the microphone that the question was going to be called for. So, with that being said, if the question is called for and you want to hear more debate so as to make an informed decision on the topic, say no to the question. However, if on the other hand, the topic has been belabored and you don't want to hear any more on it, say aye. Above all and everything else, I ask that we keep it respectful. In solidarity, go Tigers, even though we lost Scooble, play ball.
Thank you, brother. And should the convention choose to accept the rules with which you're very familiar from past conventions, that is advice that I'm sure many delegates in the room will heed. Of the microphones, those that are at the mic, does anyone rise underprivileged to offer something related to the report of the Rules Committee or the consideration of the rules as presented by the convention? Microphone number 1, do you intend to be underprivileged? Please turn that just a little bit other way. A little more.
A little more.
A little more. Brother, you got to turn. There we go. All right, microphone number 1, underprivileged.
Michael Rivera, Branch 70, San Diego.
Brother Rivera, do you rise for a matter related to the report of the Rules Committee?
Yes, I motion to amend Rule 21 under privilege to allow my appeals of the Executive Council's decision to prevent the investigation into national charges filed pursuant under Article 10 of our Constitution be heard on Tuesday for the good of this association.
Brother, you're making a motion to amend Rule 21.
Correct.
We would need the specifics of how you are moving to amend that motion in terms of the actual language.
Appeals to the convention will be heard on Friday. However, appeals under Article 10 should be heard on Tuesday. That is what I'm asking for the amendment. Tuesday to be heard for any appeals of the Executive Council's decisions, not appeals under the Committee of Appeals.
All right, brother, you mentioned two things there. You mentioned Article 10. You also mentioned Executive Council decisions. Is your motion to amend the rules so that any appeals of Executive Council decisions would be held on Tuesday?
Yes. I have to think about everyone else who comes after me, not just me.
Brother Rivera, I want to be very clear for the rest of the convention and certainly for anyone that might wish to second the motion. The rule as written says that any appeals, I think the word is, I don't have it right here, even all appeals will be heard on Friday. Brother Rivera is offering an amendment not to change all appeals that will be heard on Friday, but only those appeals of decisions of the Executive Council, not the Committee on Appeals. Is that correct, brother?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, brother. Is there a second? You would need to rise under privilege. Microphone number 3.
Alamo Branch 421, Zachary Spitz, Bernie, Texas. I second the motion.
Thank you, brother. Okay, Brother Rivera, would you like to speak further for your motion?
Yes. The Executive Council's vote of bypassing an investigation has led to a serious breach of members' right of due process guaranteed under our national Constitution. This issue must be addressed with urgency, and it must be addressed in front of the entire Supreme Body.
Okay. Brother Rivera, as a point of information, I, of course, am aware of your intent to appeal to the convention to hear your appeal. We've had communication about that. Just to be clear, you've made a motion to amend the rules. Amending the rules would not automatically mean that any appeal would be heard. That would require a separate motion after the rules of the convention are adopted. So I just want to be sure that there's an understanding about that as you make this motion to amend.
I'm also considering any future possible appeals coming down of the Executive Council. I believe that the charges that reach the Executive Council, that require Executive Council decisions, they take precedent because they require the entire body to be present to hear this, especially the issues of leadership. We need to make sure I'm not only speaking for myself, but I'm speaking for this isn't the first time. We had this happen in Boston. It's happening here this week, and the future of this process should be considered. And we need to consider the difference between appeals of decisions of the Committee on Appeals through local matters and national matters. And national matters requires the National Convention to be present and make sure that we're a full body when those matters are handled.
Thank you, brother. Since the convention has not yet adopted rules, I am going to follow the process that we have traditionally followed under our rules, and now we'll look for those that may wish to speak against the motion to amend Rule 21. Microphone number 6.
Hello, Colleen Cruiser, Branch 3, Buffalo, Western New York. I was going to come up here to make a motion to accept the rules as written.
Sister, while we have a motion on the floor to amend the rules, we must first conclude
Yes, I understand. So, no, I'm against this because I want to accept it as written.
Okay, you would certainly, once this matter is
Yes.
decided, you would certainly be, you could come to the mic under privilege and make such a motion.
Okay.
Okay. Speaking for the amendment, microphone number 2.
Michael Still, Lehigh Valley, Pennsylvania, Allentown. It's important in a democracy that the supreme body, i.e. the people, do not give away their powers. Because as soon as you give away your power, you don't get it back. Article 1, Section 4 says the National Convention shall be the supreme body to which final appeal shall be made on all matters emanating from members, branches, and state associations. They said shall twice. That's a double shall, all right? Now, the Executive Council is important. It's a wildly important structure in the NALC. However, it is the supreme body, not when we're the supreme body. It's all policy comes from the EC between conventions. So when the conventions are occurring, we are the supreme body for appeals. So I would ask all of our brothers and sisters not to give away our powers, to make sure that any appeals of the Executive Council are heard when everyone is here, when everyone is paying attention, and in the light of the truth.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 6 under privilege.
I'm not too sure. Motion to make the rule, to read the rule, or motion to vote on the amendment.
Sister, are you calling for the question on the amendment?
Call for the question. Okay, I call for the question.
Thank you, sister.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who, well, I guess we'll deal with the call for the question first, even though we don't have rules. Let's try this. Okay. All right.
Vote now.
All right, the sister has called for the question. Is there any objection to proceeding to the question? Hearing none, we will proceed to the question. Let's be clear about what the amendment is. The amendment is to, or the motion is to amend Rule number 21, which currently states in the first sentence that that appeals to the convention will be heard on Friday. The motion before the delegates is to amend such rule so that any appeals of Executive Council decisions would be heard by the convention on Tuesday. To be very clear, this motion would only impact the timing of the hearing of any appeal of an executive council decision. In order for any executive council decision to be heard as an appeal, someone would first have to make a motion about the decision. This convention would then have to vote to hear such an appeal. So as we sit here today, there is none scheduled. However, of course, any delegate has the right to make such a motion. Everybody clear on that? So the amendment is to amend Rule 21 to change what day appeals will be heard from currently appeals heard on Friday to creating an exception within the rules for any appeal of an executive council decision to be heard on Tuesday. Everything else will be heard on Friday. Nothing else changes. All those in favor of the motion to amend the rules, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
Division.
I think I'm calling for a division.
I'm calling for a division.
Microphone number 1, underprivileged.
The call for division.
Okay, come on up, brother.
I skipped this part here. Correct it, do some course correct, which if this passes, it's assumed, I mean, at this point that we're.
Come on. All right, microphone number 3, underprivileged.
Zachary Spitz, Alamo Branch 421, Bernie, Texas. Point of privilege or point of information. I believe we just took a vote on the actual motion when we were supposed to take a vote on the question.
There was no objection to calling to proceeding to the question, brother. And we're operating a little loosely here because we don't have rules yet. You know. Okay, everybody sit down. So once again, the motion is to amend the rules as proposed to amend Rule 21 that effectively would create an exception. Currently, the rule states that appeals will be heard on Friday. Brother Rivera's motion is to amend that rule so that an exception would be created that any appeals to executive council decisions would be heard on Tuesday. All those in favor of amending Rule 21 as such, please stand and remain standing until I tell you to sit. It's kind of hard to see, isn't it?
It looks like they're standing to me, especially the back there.
Okay, please be seated. All those opposed to the amendment to amend Rule 21, or to the motion to amend Rule 21, please stand. It's too close, man. I don't know.
I saw more of them standing up.
It's too close.
I don't know. I saw that whole sea back there standing up, and there's only a few here. think I got it.
Brother Rivera believes that the yeas have it. I don't know. It's very close. So, it would appear we are going to have a Board of Tellers vote without yet naming a Board of Tellers. You good? You good? Yeah, I'm good. All right. Sergeant at Arms will close the doors in 5 minutes. Those that are tellers, please come to the front and see Brother Weiner, and we will vote in just a few minutes.
Once we get through this, tellers and all that, you can make a motion to hear the appeal. You can explain the appeal. If the appeal, anyway, after this, if it passes, we'll do it tomorrow.
I started growing my mustache in 2020, COVID times. We all had to wear face masks and it was like, we're gonna die anyway, so why bother shaving? And then the ends just started curling up and I looked in the mirror, looked at my wife. I was like, look, it's starting to do it. And so I was like, I gotta do it. I have to wax it. Yeah, I go through a waxing routine in the morning. I had to go through a process of finding the best wax for this mustache. Not gonna drop the brand right now, but there's a lot of good mustache waxes out there. I get a lot of Raleigh Fingers comments because I wear the baseball hat, so baseball plus mustache equals Raleigh Fingers. We have a lot of good mustaches out there in the Pacific Northwest. Well, other carriers get mistaken for me because they may also have a mustache, and so customers are like, oh, a mustache, must be Kevin. My name is Kevin Ernest. I am so proud to be a member of the NALC.
I'm a stand your ground kind of mail carrier. The area that I deliver to, it's the west side of Columbus, which if anyone knows, Columbus is not the greatest side. So got all types of characters walking up to me out on the street. I don't take disrespect as a mail carrier. The punk rock aesthetic is something that's it's ingrained in me. It's never gonna go away. I think that's part of me. Something that definitely sticks out in people's minds. People don't forget me, that's for sure. Day one in orientation, I actually stood up and said I wanted to work for management. Very quickly, I realized that going into management was the exact opposite of what I stood for and what I wanted to do. And I started to lean real heavily on the union aspect of this career. My name is Kelsey Crosby. I am a letter carrier in Columbus, Ohio. I've been called the Bulldog for a long time here at Branch 78. Someone that's always ready to jump right in whenever anybody needs my help. Absolutely.
Okay. For now, everybody be seated, please. Please find a seat. Sergeant at Arms, please lock the doors. In order to lock, they must first close. Oh, all right. Okay, teller's ready. Okay, everyone, please remain seated for now. The motion is to amend Rule 21 of the proposed rules that are included in your resolutions and amendment book. The first sentence of Rule 21 currently states appeals will be heard on the Friday of the convention. The motion is to amend that rule to create an exception to that for any appeals that may be heard of decisions of the Executive Council. So the amendment would amend the rule to hear any of those decisions of the Executive Council that were appeals of decisions of the Executive Council on Tuesday. Other appeals, as the rule currently states, would remain on Friday. So we're voting on whether to amend the rule. All those in favor of the motion to amend Rule 21, please stand and remain standing until the teller passes and gives you the indication to be seated.
Brian, just reiterate, after you count, that you must sit when they tell you to sit, please? Or do you want me to do it?
After your teller has given you the indication to be seated, please do indeed be seated. Okay, brothers and sisters that are seated in section 13, Eric, raise your hand. You see Eric in the white shirt with his hand up. Those of you that are in section 13, that's near microphone number 5. Section 13, we're going to ask you to vote again for a quick count as opposed to making everyone in the room stand up again. So only for those in section 13, if you are in favor of the motion to amend Rule 21 to hear any appeals of Executive Council decisions on Tuesday, please stand. He's showing them. They can see the. Okay, before I recognize microphone number 9, under the rules, while this is ongoing, normally I would not recognize any microphone, even under privilege. Since we don't have any rules yet, microphone number 9, I'm going to recognize you under privilege, but only if what you are bringing pertains to very narrowly what we are doing right now with the Board of Tellers counting the convention.
It's directly for it.
Ma'am?
If you think there is a miscount, then everybody should be recounted.
Sister, I'd agree with you. That did not have to be offered in the form of a motion. Thank you, Jennifer. So we don't have any issues. To be fair to our tellers, we had them go out there and count before they were even really tellers, at least officially. So what happened there is we had one section that we believe was either counted twice or not at all. Attempting to recount another section is very difficult because it's hard for each of you individually in your particular seating location to know if I say section blah, 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 nobody in this room knows what section you're in, right? So here's what we're going to do. Sergeant at Arms, please keep those that are outside the hall, doors locked for now. Everyone please be seated. I'm going to restate the motion so we are clear. Everyone please be seated. The motion before the body is a motion to amend Rule 21 of the rules as proposed. They are found at the beginning of your resolutions and amendment book. Rule 21 currently states that appeals will be heard on Friday. The motion is to amend Rule 21 to create an exception to that to hear appeals, any appeals of Executive Council decisions on Tuesday. All other appeals would remain on Friday pursuant to the rule as written. So what we are voting on is a motion to amend it to hear any appeals of Executive Council decisions on Tuesday. Okay. All those in favor of the motion to amend Rule 21, please stand. Please remain standing until your teller gives you the indication to be seated. Once you have received that indication, please do indeed be seated. Right. Everyone, please be seated if you are not. Thank you. All those opposed to the motion to amend Rule 21, which is to hear any appeals of an executive council decision on Tuesday rather than Friday, please stand. All those opposed. Please remain standing until your teller gives you the indication to be seated. Once you receive such indication, please be seated. Okay. Once again, the motion was a motion to amend Rule 21 to create an exception for the timing on when appeals would be heard. Current rule is appeals would be heard on Friday. The motion was to create an exception to that any appeals of decisions of the Executive Council would be heard on Tuesday. The total, or the yeas, are 1,703. The nays are 1,534. So the motion to amend the rules is adopted. As we were, a couple of things that need to be mentioned here for the delegates' knowledge. Currently, there are no appeals pending of any Executive Council decisions. Brother Rivera, as he mentioned, I'm sure at some point during the convention here today, or someone else, could certainly make a motion for the convention to consider whether or not they wanted to hear an appeal of a council ruling. But as of now, we do not have any. Another logistical piece of this, the rule will, of course, change. However, Article 21, Section 1A of the Constitution requires that constitutional amendments that are submitted shall be the first order of business on the second day of the convention, which is Tuesday, and no other business will be conducted until we conclude the process of considering constitutional amendments. Now, there's a couple of keys that I just want to point out here. That is business. In other words, something at the microphone, the delegate's consideration of a motion. It certainly does not mean that there couldn't be a video or some other type of break. We have 41 constitutional amendments. Those of you that have been coming to conventions for quite a while will know that that is about 5 times the normal number. So it is reasonable for us to expect that this is going to take a significant amount of the day tomorrow. In the event we do not finish all of the amendments tomorrow, we would resume that amendment process on Wednesday morning, pursuant to Article 21 of the Constitution. So, should there be an appeal of the Executive Council that would need to be heard, pursuant to this rule, that appeal would be heard on Tuesday. However, the Constitution states that this is an order of business that happens on the second day of the convention. What we would then do is follow the Constitution first, of course, and at the conclusion of the process of amendments, we would then move to any appeal that may be any appeal of an Executive Council decision. I explained this to Brother Rivera when he was up here for the division earlier, that if this did pass, that would be the process. So I want everyone to be aware of that. We have a speaker who we are already have kept her waiting much longer than she intended to be here, but she's an important speaker. So let's do this. We have an amended Rule 21. The sister came to microphone number 6, I believe it was earlier, wishing to make a motion to, I guess, forego the reading and adopt the rules. So at this point, I would entertain such a motion. Microphone number 6 under privilege.
I would just like, Renee Eberhardt, Branch 1681, Casper, Wyoming. I'd like to second that motion.
Sister, would you be willing to make the motion?
Oh, yes. I make the motion that we accept the minutes and the amendment and call for the question. Rules and resolutions.
Sister Renee, accept the rules.
And yes.
Okay. Sister Eberhard has moved that the convention accept the rules as written, which of course would include the amendment that was just passed. Is there a second? If you are not up at the mic to second that motion. Microphone number 3 under privilege. Oh, you can open the doors. I don't see any doors. Sergeant at Arms, you can open the doors now. Microphone number 3 under privilege.
I'm not here to second. I'm Lewis Phillips.
Okay, brother. It would only be appropriate for somebody to rise to second the motion at this particular point in time. You're certainly free to stay there unless someone comes up that would like to second the motion. To second the motion, microphone number 2 under privilege.
Kenny Montgomery, Branch 210, Rochester, New York. I second the motion.
Thank you, brother. Would anyone like to speak for or against the motion? Microphone number 1, do you rise to speak for or against the motion?
No, mine's an entirely different matter.
Okay,
so.
please turn the light off for now, brother.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hang on for a little bit.
Microphone number 3, you rise to speak against the motion?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, brother.
My name is Lewis Phillips. I'm Executive Vice President of Branch 358, and we represent Northeast New York. I'm against the motion because I disagree with the way the votes were tallied. 1,703 votes for that motion and 1,534 against. That violates rule number 3, which says none of these rules shall be altered or amended except by a 2/3 affirmative vote of the members present and voting, and such motions shall be treated as the pending questions.
Thank you, brother. Brother, the convention has not yet adopted those rules as written. Therefore, we must default to Robert's Rules of Order, which only requires a majority vote. Should the rules have already been adopted and someone then at a later point came and made a motion to amend the rule, it would indeed, pursuant to that rule, require a 2/3 vote. Thank you, brother. Anyone else like to speak for the motion? Microphone number 6.
Hey, how you doing? Branch 421, Sergio Dovalina. I'm for this motion. This motion is not about convenience. It's about guarding the rights of the membership. We have seen repeated attempts by the Executive Council to introduce actions at moments when attendance is diminished, creating conditions that undermine the will of the body. Passing this motion prevents such maneuvering and ensures that every member who values integrity, accountability, and constitutional fidelity has the opportunity to participate in decisions that affect us all. Supporting this motion affirms a simple principle. Major decisions must be made when the body is present, not when attendance is strategically weakened. Thank you.
Brother, I think you might be one motion behind, so I won't consider that as speaking for the motion to adopt the rules. So therefore, is there anyone that would like to speak for the motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to microphone number 9 to speak against the motion.
The reason I'm against the motion, Jennifer Braden, Branch 3331, Roanoke Rapids, North Carolina. We have no tellers that are certified. Therefore, it should be considered inaccurate. This thing's it's echoing.
Sister, I'm not 100% sure where to go with that. I think you expressed some concern about the tellers.
They're not been certified.
Thank you, sister. Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Lang Vu, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Pioneer Branch 2. I call the question.
Okay. All those in favor of proceeding to the question signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will proceed to the question. The motion before the convention is a motion to adopt the rules as written inclusive of the amendment to Rule 21 adopted by the convention a few minutes ago. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Any opposed, no. Okay, the ayes have it. The motion passes. The rules have been adopted. Thank you. Okay, I know there were a few of you that have come to mics for different reasons. Again, we will get to you, but we do have a couple of speakers and one that I think you're going to be very interested in hearing from. We are very fortunate to be joined by not just a dear friend to letter carriers, but the leader of America's labor movement. Liz Shuler is the president of the AFL-CIO, which brings together national and international unions representing more than 15 million workers. As I talked about in my very brief speech this morning, the last 2 years have been tumultuous. They've been tumultuous really across the labor movement, and we really highlighted the difficulties for those labor unions that represent federal workers. And Sister Shuler has been on the front lines leading that fight, just like those unions. She has led the Federation, the labor movement in America with a spirit of solidarity and union power. And when I think of my dear friend and Sister Shuler, that's what I think of is union power. A true unifier, a true leader, and someone that we as workers in this country are very, very fortunate to have leading our movement. So I ask you to please join me in offering a warm NALC welcome to my sister and yours, the president of the AFL-CIO, Sister Liz Shuler.
Well, hello and good afternoon, NALC. Do you believe in unity? You believe in solidarity? That's what I thought. Oh my gosh, we have some worker power in here today. I love looking across this room, 5,000 letter carriers from across the country in one room. It's every dog's worst nightmare. Little letter carrier humor. But it is a beautiful sight, and I just am so proud to be here with you today. There is something so, so powerful about looking across a room like this, because every one of you represents a zip code, a route, a neighborhood that you are deeply a part of. There is not a single community in this country that you do not touch. You deliver medications to our seniors, and paychecks, and birthday cards, and care packages, and passports. The little moments that remind us that we are connected to one another. And in having those conversations with people on their front porches and showing up in the toughest moments, delivering for people day in and day out, you all have built the single most valuable thing in the world, which is trust. You have trust. That's right. And it's in short supply these days. And we know that in these past few years especially, that trust has not been returned to us, has it? Relentless attempts to privatize the USPS, to chip away at our retirement security, to undermine the services that our communities count on, so those at the top can get a little bit richer. And that's the story of this entire economy, isn't it? CEOs making $96 million a year? That's an average. While the people who teach our kids and care for our veterans and deliver the mail are told to tighten our belts. We have an administration that found billions in tax cuts for Jeff Bezos. Yeah. And then turns around and says, oh, we need to gut our postal service and gut Medicare and Medicaid. We have an economy that just gave us our first trillionaire with a T, while working families can't afford gas and groceries. Does that make sense to anyone in this room? No. It's time to build an economy that works for people who actually work for a living. Why would we have an economy that does anything else but that? Right? Well, how do we get there? And it starts with the solidarity this union has shown these past few years especially. And I want to thank your amazing president, Brian Renfro. Thank you, Brian, for your leadership at our big table at the AFL-CIO, for your friendship, for your partnership. And to all of your officers, to the board of trustees, to your branch leaders, and every steward and every activist and letter carrier in this room who have shown that fight every single day. Thank you. That's right, standing up and fighting not just for yourselves, but for every federal worker in this country. When they came after our collective bargaining rights, right? You were there. Because you know an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. And when we show that solidarity, when we go out and we do our essential jobs every single day, that's how we build the trust that I spoke about just a minute ago. I'm here talking to the workers behind the most trusted federal agency in this country. And our labor movement is fighting there right alongside you. And in this moment of skepticism and polarization in this country, you know what I'm talking about, right? When every other institution is underwater in terms of trust and support, we, the labor movement, are the one thing bringing people together. Have you heard this? 71% of Americans say they support unions. 71%. And get this, 9 in 10 workers under the age of 30 support unions. That's incredible. So we have the trust. We have the power. The question now is, how are we going to use it? The first thing we need to do is organize, organize, organize. That's right. Now, 4 years ago, we as a labor movement challenged ourselves to organize at least 1 million new workers over the next decade. Well, we didn't do it in 10 years. We didn't even need 5 years. We did it in 3 years. And we did it because unions like this one refused to stop organizing, right? 93% voluntary membership, which is one of the best organized unions in the entire country. Raise your right hand and put it over your left shoulder and pat yourselves on the back. Now, I told you we hit our goal from the last convention in just a few years. Well, guess what? We just had our 2026 convention in Minneapolis a few weeks ago, and we decided we're going to double down on that goal in half the time. We're going to organize 2 million more workers in the next 5 years. Are you with me? Can we do it together? And that's a floor, not a ceiling, folks. But we also know that organizing in the workplace won't be successful if it isn't paired with political organizing. Because the rules matter. Who writes them matters. Who enforces them matters. And that's why these midterm elections matter. Now I know, yeah, you can clap for that, but I know a lot of people get uncomfortable when we start talking politics. But here's the thing. Politics is already making decisions about us every single day. And it's whether we can organize freely. It's whether our collective bargaining rights even exist. Whether we can pass the legislation that keeps our carriers safe on the job and guarantees our retirements. You care about that? That's what I thought. And nobody knows better than the people in this room what they're trying to do to our elections. Attacking mail-in ballots and the integrity of our workers. Closing polling sites. Purging voter rolls. Disenfranchising workers of color. The most powerful people in this country know that if working people vote together, we win. Right? That's why they're so afraid. Because we've seen what happens when we mobilize and we get pro-worker candidates into office, including our own, by the way, running for elective office. So right now is the time to double down on that work. Think about the last midterms, 4 years ago, right? 14 million union members and their families voted. 14 million in a midterm year. You remember where control of our country came down to a few thousand votes in House races all across the country. So this year, we're gonna aim even higher. We want 16 million union voters and their families to turn out in this election, the most ambitious turnout effort our movement has ever undertaken. What do you think of that? Can we do it? Yeah. And in this moment where our rights are under attack, when the most powerful people in this country want to scare us away from the polls, we're going to put 50,000 trained election protectors to work as well, staffing voter protection hotlines and being on hand at the precincts when shenanigans might be happening or when ICE might show up to intimidate people. We want to make sure that every voice is heard in this election, because billionaires can buy their private jets, they can buy their rocket ships, but they cannot buy our democracy, and we are not going to let them try. Now, if we're serious about building an economy that works for working people, then there's one more thing we need to talk about, which is that workers have to help shape the future of work itself. Route optimization, automated sorting, artificial intelligence. Raise your hand if you've heard some of these terms thrown around. I think everybody has, right? These aren't some far-off things. They're here. And I'll tell you, we in the labor movement, we're not anti-technology. We're not anti-innovation. What we are is anti-greed. We're anti-greed. We're against these forces being used without our input or our consent, putting our jobs and lives at risk. Well, there is a better way forward, and Brian mentioned it earlier. It's where we come together with labor and business and elected officials and industry experts, academics, everyone, and we put the guardrails in place on AI, and we make it work for working people, right? And sure, there's a role for technology to make our jobs safer, maybe reduce injuries, improve service for the American people. Okay, but no algorithm knows a community the way a letter carrier does. And no computer knows which customer needs a little extra time to get to the door. No software understands the relationships that you have built over decades with a family. There's a human element that can never be replaced. And it's our job to make sure that, as this union already is, that we have a seat at the table to shape that future. The AFL-CIO launched what we call our Workers First AI agenda last fall. If you haven't seen it yet, it's on our website, aflcio.org. But what we said was, no, you can't surveil us. No, you can't implement these technologies on our job sites without our input. Here are our demands. We want a seat at the table. We want training and upskilling for our workers. We want our civil rights protected and our basic right to organize protected. How does that sound? Yeah? And for all of those candidates who are already starting to run for president in 2028, if you want to hold the highest office in the land, hear these words. Working people need to come first, not some bullshit algorithm. So when those candidates show up in New Hampshire and South Carolina and Iowa or here in California, you name it, we're going to be there. And you are going to have to answer to workers on AI. This is our litmus test right here. And I don't care if you're Donald Trump or Gavin Newsom. You're either with working people or you're with the big tech billionaires. Show us which side you're on. And if you're feeling a little overwhelmed, because I know technology is everywhere, you can make a difference. You can actually, when you leave this convention, go to our website, download that Workers First agenda, read it, pass it along to your friends and your coworkers. And when you meet with your members of Congress or your state legislators, make sure you talk about how AI and technology is impacting your work and the need to put workers first in this AI future. Look, this is the single most important moment for our economy in 100 years. We know that the most powerful people in this country, we know what they want, don't we? They want us divided. They want the workers in the Postal Service blaming manufacturing workers. They want young workers blaming older workers. Private sector workers blaming public sector workers. Right? They want us divided. But as they try to turn us against each other, I have never seen working people in this country more united, organizing together, winning together. That's right. The billionaires have their money, corporations have their lobbyists, but we have each other. Never forget that. And I think we're going to look back 20 years from now on this moment. You're going to remember this. You're going to be asking yourself, did we answer the call? Did we do the hard things that we needed to do? Did we innovate the way this union has shown we can? Did we push ourselves as much as we could? Because we are the only institution, the only movement that has the power to answer every challenge this country is facing right now. Because we bring people together across party lines. We check corporate power. We defend our democracy. We give people hope. And we go out and we get shit done. That's right. Think about it. Everything we've won as working people in this country, we've won because we fought for it, because we knew it was worth it for ourselves and for every generation after us. So, NALC, are you ready for that fight? Are you ready to get it done? That's what I thought. Thank you. Let's go.
Great job. Awesome. Well done. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hang on, we got something for you.
Nice. Thank you.
So what a way to kick it off with our first guest speaker. You remember how to do a letter carrier cheer?
Oh, yeah.
All right, how about a letter carrier cheer for our sister Liz Schuler? Hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip.
Hooray! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Pursuant to Article 5, Section 6 of the Constitution, the chair of the convention, I have appointed an election commissioner and chair of the board of tellers, which will serve as a committee to conduct votes taken over the course of this convention. So this is what happens this week. This is different from the election committee on the election of national officers. So it is my great honor and pleasure to introduce from Branch 562 in Jamaica, New York, the election commissioner and chairman of the board of tellers, the world famous Brother Andrew Weiner.
Good afternoon. At this time, I'd like to read off the names of the tellers which you have already met. First off, Kim Birch, Branch 509. James Brown, Branch 4. Charles Bundy, Branch 11. Clinton Cole, Branch 38. John Collins, Branch 63. Michael Shane Davis, Branch 1131. Keith Deason, Branch 1227. DeMarcus Dial, Branch 493. Corey Grote, Branch 728. Mike Hazermith, Branch 46. Allison Harp, Branch 4319. Michael Hagelin, Branch 38. Sarah Hockley, Branch 155. This is an easy name. Keith Hooks, Branch 142. Jimmy Hunter, Branch 3126. Star Jester, Branch 1100. Jason Jones, Branch 459. Charles Johnsher, Branch 499. Kristen Kasperaski, Branch 232. Tam Kelly, Branch 100. Charles Kennard, Branch 36. Yvette, you know him. Eric Lomax, Branch 562. Guillermo McPherson, Branch 181. Maria Montano, Branch 504. Karen Nance, Branch 142. Christian Ramirez, Branch 6156. Kelly Robles, Branch 5996. Pat Rothball, Branch 84. Jason McCoy, I don't know which branch, I'm sorry, he was a latecomer. Percy Smith, Branch 4559. Barbara Stickler, Branch 1100. Jim Thigman, Branch 53. Richard Thurman, Branch 343. Ed Walsh, Branch 358. And Dan Wheeler, Branch 25. Those are your delegates, which I already know you've seen them. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of them. All right, now I have to explain something to you. AFL-CIO elections will be held this week. On this, it's supposed to say good morning, brothers and sisters, but it's good afternoon, brothers and sisters. On Thursday, we will hold an election for 7 positions to serve as delegates to the AFL-CIO convention. The rules we adopted for this convention spell out the election process in Rules 19 and 20 of your resolution book. Rule 19, we will take nominations from the floor on Wednesday from accredited delegates. There will be no seconds or acceptance speeches. Once the nomination process is closed by the chair, it cannot be reopened except for suspension of Rule 19. Nominees must complete the official nomination acceptance form provided by the National Secretary, Sister Nicole Ryan, before the close of business on the third day of the convention, which is Wednesday. If a nominee is absent for any reason, the nominator must provide written evidence of acceptance. If timely acceptance is not provided, the nominee will not appear on the ballot. Once the nomination process is over, the Secretary-Treasurer will announce the time and place of a lottery to determine the order of names listed on the ballot. Rule 20, by Thursday, ballots must be prepared with the candidates listed in order as determined by the lottery. Voters will indicate their preference by marking an X next to the 7 candidates for whom they wish to vote. All delegates voting must present their stamped credentials to the Board of Tellers when they receive a ballot. If it's not, no ticket, no vote. That's what it breaks down to. Delegates must cast their votes either individually or by unit rule as dictated by Article 14, Section 4 of the National Constitution. Branches that are not voting as a complete unit shall no later by the close of business today so advise the election commissioner, that's me, and the office of the Secretary-Treasurer at the desk to the right of the stage. Such branches should be prepared to advise the stage desk exactly how your branch wishes to vote, entirely or as individuals, or under the so-called partial unit rule. Those branches voting under a partial unit rule must tell us the exact number of delegates who will be voting individually as the number who will be voting as a unit. The 7 delegates with the most votes will be the elected delegates. Thank you.
Excellent job. You're all world famous, too, in Italy.
Thank you, Brother Weiner. I'd now like to call up Sister Ryan for a few more announcements.
During the week of the convention, special NALC bulletins highlighting convention activities will be sent to the regular bulletin mailing list. The Daily Convention Chronicle will be available for pickup by those interested at approximately 9 a.m. on the mornings of Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at the distribution center located in the exhibit area in the convention center. On Friday, they may be picked up at about 7 a.m. They will also be available online at nalc.org/convention. The official timekeeper for the convention will be former NALC Executive Vice President Gary Mullins from T.T. Morris, Branch 1227 in Wichita Falls, Texas. The parliamentarian of this convention is Maurice Henderson. The chairman of the Sergeant of Arms for this convention is Charles Scott. Delegates wishing to address the convention will be required to clearly identify themselves by name, branch, and city prior to speaking. The convention court reporters have no way of knowing a delegate at the microphone unless you furnish a clear identity. Thank you.
Every day, millions of Americans rely on the steady hands and determination of the United States Postal Service. Behind every letter and package stands a union letter carrier whose working life has been shaped by the NALC and the power of collective bargaining.
It didn't really begin as a formally, legally organized union until 1889. And that's when a small group of unions from all over the country decided to band together and create a national organization. And they did it mainly because they wanted to lobby Congress on behalf of their workplace interests.
In 1889, postal workers formed the National Association of Letter Carriers in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. They founded our union to ensure postal workers would get a voice where none existed and to fight together for basic standards, like an 8-hour workday.
Really, really tough job. It was a job where you expected to work 7 days a week. You had no days off. You had no limits on hours. Your pay was really at the mercy of the local postmaster. There was no national law. The federal government didn't put any conditions or standards in place. And the NALC led that fight even before they were a national union in the 1880s, lobbying state and local leaders all over the country to try to push Congress to pass an 8-hour workday, which was passed in 1888. Unfortunately, when the union was first organized in 1889, the Post Office Department refused to comply with the law. And eventually in 1893, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the NALC to get an 8-hour day. So that was a huge impetus to growth for the union. Like, people saw that the union could deliver for them. And so it was off to the races after that.
Year after year, the NALC appealed to Congress to raise postal pay, but their immense efforts delivered limited results. The real solution was collective bargaining rights. The NALC's lobbying campaign to win the right to bargain began in earnest in the 1950s, but it would take another 20 years with a wildcat strike to finally make it happen.
The NALC did not win true collective bargaining rights until 1970. So up to that point, you know, they really were just a lobbying organization. The NALC often refers to it as a period of collective begging. They would lobby Congress, their local members of the House of Representatives and Senators to improve pay.
To all Americans, I say that the next 4 years are going to be difficult and challenging years for us all.
In 1962, President Kennedy signed an executive order giving postal workers the right to organize and requiring the Post Office Department to formally recognize the NALC and the other postal unions. But it stopped short of granting real bargaining power.
And they actually did get a very first contract in 1962. It was like 25 pages long on lots of important things. But the big thing was that under that executive order, there was no right to bargain over wages or benefits. So the meat and potatoes of a job was really not subject to the decision-making of individual agencies. That was all left to Congress. And so the collective begging, you know, continued, but it was an important first step.
By 1970, letter carriers had reached their breaking point. Pay wasn't keeping up with inflation. Working conditions had barely improved. The Post Office Department was struggling, and employee morale had hit rock bottom.
Congress passed a giant pay increase for itself. They raised their own pay by 42%, and the rest of the federal government got 4% at a time of very high inflation. And so that just infuriated workers all over the country, and that was the spark. And so in March of 1970, the biggest branch in the union at the time, Branch 36 in New York, held a meeting, and they basically declared a wildcat strike. That just sparked, you know, copycat strikes all over the country.
For the first time ever, letter carriers went on strike, and mail service in and out of New York was suspended.
The letter carriers are still carrying no letters. Their strike is illegal, but there is not much the government can do about it.
But this is the only means we have of letting Congress know that we cannot take it any longer. Either they give us what we should have, or we will stay out on strike until hell freezes over.
When the mail stopped moving, it struck at the heart of the American economy. Bills, bank transactions, and even the stock market depended on the postal system. Under mounting pressure, the government reached a resolution: end the strike, transform the post office, and grant postal workers full collective bargaining rights for the very first time. The Postal Reorganization Act gave letter carriers the right to bargain over pay. It also created something most private sector unions don't have: a guaranteed process for resolving disputes without going on strike.
The law requires interest arbitration if the parties cannot reach agreement after a contract has expired. The law also prohibits employees from striking. They are subject to the general ban on strikes by federal employees, since the Postal Service is part of the federal government. Interest arbitration is supposed to be the quid pro quo for not having the right to strike. It's supposed to result in a process that settles contracts in a way that reflects how contracts would be settled if employees did have the right to strike and there was true arm's length bargaining. Each party selects a party arbitrator, a representative, to sit on the arbitration board, and the parties have an opportunity to select a neutral chairman.
It's quite unique to us. There's not anything quite like it anywhere, the interest arbitration process that we have. Having binding arbitration really gives you a backup and a way to make your case, and NALC takes full advantage of that.
The story of the NALC's collective bargaining history is one of steady progress, spanning nearly 6 decades. Along the way, the NALC confronted a series of increasingly difficult challenges posed by changing technology, hostile management initiatives involving automation and subcontracting, and adverse economic conditions. Throughout the 1970s, the NALC bargained alongside other postal unions. The priority was clear: win and protect cost of living adjustments in union contracts so wages could keep pace with inflation.
So the cost of living adjustment provision of our contract is vitally important. It's been really important for our union right from day one. Our very first contract had a cost of living clause in it. And we fought like hell ever since to keep it and to improve it. And so most union contracts had COLA clauses back then. Over the time, COLA clauses went out of fashion when inflation went down. A lot of unions gave them up, either voluntarily or through pressure from their employers. The NALC has really been, we've been steadfast in making sure that we hold on to the COLA, and it really paid off for us over the entire history of our bargaining, but especially in recent years. Every 6 months the CPI comes out and it triggers a COLA increase. So some unions have only 25% protection. Other unions like UPS and the Teamsters, they have a COLA provision that only kicks in if inflation exceeds 3%. So most of the time they don't get a COLA because inflation generally for the last 20 or 30 years, except for a couple years after the pandemic, has been below 3%. So that whole time we've been getting steady increases.
In 1978, the NALC rejected a tentative agreement that would have capped cost of living adjustments, limiting wage increases even as inflation continued to rise. The dispute moved through an expedited mediation arbitration process where the cap was removed, preserving uncapped COLA protection and securing one of the NALC's most significant bargaining victories.
In 1984, there was no possibility whatsoever of a voluntary agreement. The Postal Service was totally dug in and wanted all sorts of cutbacks in letter carrier compensation. The law requires, it has a standard of comparability. The Postal Service is supposed to pay its employees on a standard of comparable pay for comparable work in the private sector. Usually what that meant, at least traditionally, in conventional interest arbitrations, is that you'd find employers who were similar to your employer in the same sector and look at what they were paying their employees. What the Postal Service economists did was completely different. They used Census Bureau data to look at the entire population in the private sector and compare it to the Postal Service. So we had to retain our own team of economists and master this technique ourselves, which is something that we, for the most part, didn't know anything about, and developed an argument that proved very effective. Bottom line is, ultimately, the arbitrator did not adopt this technique for analyzing Postal Service wages. The result was an award which awarded significant pay increases, preserved the COLA, but it did create some lower pay steps in the pay schedule, as well as some higher steps in the pay schedule, mainly for the APW crafts, although it did impact the letter carriers as well.
In 1994, the NALC began bargaining independently from the other postal unions, seeking higher pay as DPS automation dramatically changed the work of city letter carriers. The NALC raised the issue of how automation had increased carrier productivity and thus changed the nature of the job in a landmark interest arbitration covering the 1998 to 2001 contract.
Letter carriers had been tied to the same pay as postal clerks for over 100 years. And we were arguing that the pattern had to be broken, mainly because of the impact of technology on letter carrier work, which had significantly changed the nature of the work. Postal Service was fiercely resisting breaking that linkage. And so the parties ultimately agreed to a baseball-style last best offer process, and the arbitrator picked our offer. And that's how letter carriers got upgraded in 1999, because we had a better case than the Postal Service.
In the first decade of the new century, the NALC successfully pushed back against a major effort by postal management to subcontract all new deliveries to low-wage, non-union workers.
Our relationship with postal management really goes up and down. You know, we've had good periods where we're making progress through, and we're working, you know, really well together to sort of solve problems. Other times we've had huge fights. We had a huge fight in the mid 2000s about contracting out. The Board of Governors of the Postal Service made a decision that all new delivery would go to contract workers, low-wage, non-union workers. And the NALC did a tremendous job fighting that off. We had a national campaign, both legislatively and at the collective bargaining table, to fight that. And eventually in 2006, we got an agreement that forced the Postal Service to disband their contract delivery service.
NALC is 100% committed to fight to protect the job security and standard of living of letter carriers, no matter what economic conditions we face.
The NALC has bargained through one of the most challenging periods in Postal Service history. Devastating recessions, the explosive growth of e-commerce, and a historic pandemic. As letter mail volume declined and package deliveries surged, our union continues negotiating through an extended period of economic uncertainty.
I refer to really the period since 2010 as the period of crisis bargaining. We could not get a voluntary agreement back in 2012. We went to arbitration. And in that interest arbitration, we took some serious hits. The Postal Service was in real financial trouble. And it was that arbitration really created a large non-career workforce, the CCA workforce that we have today. It was a pay freeze for a couple of years. Since that time, the condition of the Postal Service has improved somewhat. It's still a huge challenge. We've been clawing back a lot of aspects of difficult provisions that came out of that contract. So little by little, the last few contracts, we've reestablished the traditional pattern of having one general increase and 2 COLAs a year. We've reduced the size of the CCA workforce. We've made progress in raising starting pay of carriers. Over the last two contracts, we've made progress in raising the top pay over the last 2 contracts. Back in 2013, other postal unions really adopted 2-tier wage systems that lowered the top pay. We did not do that. We fought like hell to keep having a single endpoint to our pay structures. That's the pay rate that people spend most of their career at. So the goal was to maximize career earnings and maximize retirement benefits, which is really important. That top pay, step P pay, is really what determines your future retirement income. We've done 16 rounds of bargaining over 55 years. And I think we can be very proud of our history. I looked it up. There's been 150 wage increases over those 55 years, almost 3 wage increases a year. If you just compare that to what federal employees in other agencies who don't have collective bargaining, there's no comparison.
NALC members can take great pride in our union's record of success in bargaining since the 1970 postal strike, preserving cost of living adjustments, limiting non-union outsourcing, securing upgrades, and raising city carrier pay. But there is still work to be done. The challenges facing letter carriers continue to evolve, and the NALC's commitment to protect the future of our craft remains as strong as ever.
Leading up to this round of bargaining, our preparation was bigger, frankly, than it's ever been in the past. That was intentional. We incorporated some things that we've done in recent years, the way we use our council members, but we've also wanted our members to have the opportunity to provide input.
Through a variety of new methods, city carriers from across the country have shared ideas, raised concerns, and helped ensure our bargaining agenda reflects the realities of the workroom floor. The feedback gathered from members, along with the official bargaining positions passed by NALC convention delegates, became the foundation for the proposals our bargaining teams presented directly to the Postal Service during negotiations.
The preparation that we did this time, the involvement of our members, whether that's through a survey that they participated in or polling that we've done or events we've held like the National Rap Session, everything that we collected through the rank and file committees, through the surveys, to the things that I hear from attending different meetings around the country and what's communicated to me by our council members and branch presidents. And I don't have any question that as the process continues to play out, that preparation and our members' involvement has been very valuable.
As with every round of bargaining, our preparations began well ahead of the start of the official bargaining period. In September of 2025, the Executive Council met at NALC headquarters to begin preparation, appointing 6 internal bargaining subcommittees composed of Executive Council members and headquarters staff. These subcommittees began by reviewing official bargaining positions adopted by NALC conventions, other union contracts, and communications from NALC members in order to develop proposals for submission in the bargaining process. They continued to meet weekly. In November 2025, more than 1,000 NALC branch and state leaders from across the country gathered in Cleveland, Ohio for NALC's 2025 National Conference to discuss collective bargaining preparations and goals.
I think there are also thousands of conversations that take place between attendees and interactions that we can have directly, not just in that structured setting in a classroom or in a rap session, but also just the natural conversations that happen lead to a more productive event.
In September 2025 and January 2026, NALC convened 2 of their first-of-kind rank-and-file bargaining committees. The committees developed their own ideas, which were incorporated into the proposals that the Executive Council bargaining subcommittees passed to the Postal Service during negotiations. 3 days before the opening of negotiations, more than 100 branches from coast to coast held local fight-like-hell rallies calling for a fair contract. In sun, snow, and rain, letter carriers and supporters across the country showed up to fight for what we deserve.
We come here this morning with a singular goal, and that is to reach a contract that fairly compensates, recognizes, and values America's 200,000 active city letter carriers. We know what we deserve. We know the value of the work that we do, and we are hopeful that through this process, we are able to reach an agreement that achieves our goals. Time and time again, we've proved that we can adapt. Whether it was natural disasters, global pandemics, record-breaking temperatures, and everything in between, we take pride in continuing to serve the American people. And it's only right and it's only fair that that commitment is rewarded with a fair contract that's been earned through the dedication and hard work of America's labor.
At the end of the video, you saw a recognition of the loss of our longtime video producer, Ann Sutherland. NALC has, for many years, employed a lot of very talented professionals, many of which that have long, in some cases decades-long, relationships with us. And Ann is one that has worked with us to create and produce videos for decades. In fact, many of you in this room have attended many national conventions over the years, and the videos that we have aired throughout those conventions for decades were largely produced by Ann. So we remember the loss of our longtime producer, Ann Sutherland. Because we just finished a video about the history and our recent preparation on collective bargaining, it's an appropriate time for me to remember another great professional that our union lost in the last year. Bruce Simon, who served as NALC's general counsel from 1979 to 2020, passed away in January at the age of 92. Bruce was a giant in the world of labor lawyers. After graduating from Harvard University Law School in 1959, he helped turn a two-partner New York firm into the firm Cohen, Weiss & Simon, the nation's premier labor law practice with more than 30 law partners today, and longtime firm that's partnered with NALC for all sorts of representational and union governance legal assistance. Bruce was a vital source of advice on bargaining, legislative strategy, and litigation for three presidents: President Sombrado, President Young, and President Rolando. He served as NALC's designated arbitrator in 6 interest arbitrations. He loved letter carriers and was a fixture at NALC Executive Council members and national conventions like the one we have convened this week for decades. He was beloved by the officers and staff of our great union, and Bruce will long be remembered by all of us who had the privilege of knowing and collaborating with him on behalf of America's letter carriers and all its working families. We are certainly grateful for both Ann Sutherland and Bruce Simon and their longtime contributions to the work that our union has done for letter carriers, and we honor their memory. May they rest in peace. Oftentimes, when I introduce speakers at the National Convention, there are lengthy introductions. Those introductions are primarily created to give us all some information about the speaker and certainly to welcome them to our convention. Our next speaker, however, is someone who does not need any introduction to this crowd. We are very fortunate to have President Emeritus Fred Rolando with us here in Los Angeles. Brother Rolando began his work as a letter carrier in 1978 and really has been working for letter carriers ever since. You all know his history. More recently, he's been enjoying his retirement, of course, but also has been there for anything that letter carriers in our union needed, just like he has been going all the way back to 1978. So I ask you all to please join me and give a warm welcome to President Emeritus Fred Rolando.
Good afternoon. Well, first of all, Brian, where are you? I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to take a little bit of time and say hello to everybody. I did tell Brian I would be a little nervous getting up in front of this many people, but also, based on some of the things Brian said this morning, Brian, I want to just thank you for your years of service at headquarters and as an executive assistant, as a director of city delivery, as the executive vice president, and for the last almost 4 years, one of the most difficult jobs in the NALC as president of the NALC. Please get up off your asses and help me thank Brian Renfro for all his service to the union. Thank you, Brian. Not an easy job. Not an easy job. So anyway, I'm really happy to be here. I've been really looking forward to seeing all my mostly old, and new friends here at NALC. I really miss y'all. I think I've told you in the past as I've chaired different conventions that one of my favorite times is Monday morning. You know, getting up here about 8:30, 9 o'clock, and just watching everybody come in, and then finding each other, and all the hugs and then the hellos of not seeing each other for 2 years. That's just really amazing to me to watch. So I really enjoyed watching that this morning, as I'm sure you did as well. During my 21 years working at headquarters, and especially the 13 and a half years that I spent as your national president, I'd get to see most of you during the year at various branch meetings, branch events, trainings, state conventions, regional rap sessions, national rap sessions, conventions, and those days are gone, thank God. So I really seriously value the opportunity now when I get to see all of you every 2 years at our national convention. So to me, this is absolutely wonderful. There's many of you that I've never met, and that's good news. Not for that reason, but I mean, it's just great to see such a growing number of NALC activists. How many of you are here attending for your first time at a national convention? I can't tell. We're going to need like a division. Could you stand up if this is your first convention? Yeah. Wow. Wow. That is good news. So anyway, I want to thank all of you, especially the new people, for making that decision to get involved and to become a voice here at the National Convention, which is the supreme body of the NALC. So thank you for being here. So enough about you. Let's talk about me. I've been retired from NALC for almost 4 years. I'm getting really good at it. I really enjoy the time that I'm spending with my family, my close friends, especially my children, my grandchildren. And I spend a little bit of time working as a standing committee member and trustee at NALC, which I really enjoy doing. And hopefully the three of us on the standing committee, I understand maybe Thursday, we'll get an opportunity to report to the delegates later this week all about NALC, whether you want to know about it or not. See that? See that? Speaking of which,
So yes, back to you. As you heard from Brian this morning in great detail, we as a union have a number of challenges facing us that involve, among others, the Congress, the administration, the Postal Service, our competitors, the mailers, regarding all kinds of things like collective bargaining, legislation, safety of our members, our benefits, Postal Service leadership and structure, or lack of both, customer service, the attacks on our members. You heard all about it. But what I want to talk to you for the next couple hours is that challenges are not new to the NALC, right? As always, if we stay strong and we stay unified, we will prevail. You know that, right? Okay. But one of our challenges should not be each other. You get that? I've seen a lot of division with the NALC in the last couple of years. And you want to know what I think? A few of you do, right? I don't like it. I just don't like it. And I don't mean that I don't like disagreements, because disagreements are healthy. And resolving those disagreements, they make us stronger. They always have throughout our history. Disagreeing is good. But one of the ways that we resolve disagreements that involve, say leadership roles is through what? Through elections, right? Okay, at the branch level, the state level, at the regional level, at the national level. And this week, we're going to have nominations for our elected national and regional positions. And later this year, we're going to have an election where our members are going to have the opportunity to voice their support and/or by secret ballot choose who they would like to fill those positions, as they should, without being judged, right? Now, isn't that great that we can do that? But what's even more important than that is your support, our support, for those that the members elect, whether you voted for them or not, or as a candidate, whether you won or whether you lost. That's worth repeating. I'm going to say it again. What's more important is your support for those who the members elect, whether you voted for them or not, or if you're a candidate, whether you won or lost. Yes? That's worth repeating. But I won't. But anyway, that support is what unionism is all about. When the election is over, the results are in, real unionism is the ability to unify and to face the many challenges that we have together. Unionism and representation of our members is not about egos, it's not about retaliation, it's not about revenge, it's not about sour grapes, blame, anger, threats. Unionism is about respecting the decisions of the membership and about unification. Respecting the decisions of the membership and about unification of our people, all of our people, and of our resources, all of our resources, so that we move forward together for the benefit of each and every member. I can't stress enough how important that is. Again, you wanted to know what I thought. So I just hope that we can do that moving forward. Can we? I mean, really, can we do that? Hell yeah. LA hat, what the hell's that mean? Now wait a minute. As you know, for the last 14 years, well, almost 14 years, the official team of the NALC has been the New York Yankees. You remember that. I think the ayes have it. Yeah. And I cannot remember any statement by our new president or any resolution that changed that. So enough with the LA hat stuff. Okay. So anyway, let's have a great convention. Let's work hard. Let's learn a lot. Let's stay safe. Let's have fun. And remember, as long as each and every one of us is all about the members of our union, we are on the same page and on the same side. It's great seeing everybody. Thank you. I love you to death. Take care, and thank you for the time.
Well done. Good list. Hang on. So, Fred led a lot of letter carrier cheers. To my knowledge, he's only been given like maybe 2?
3.
3. Well, let's give him a 4th one. Hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip. Hooray! Thank you, Fred.
Thank you. Well, don't I get one of those gifts? No, I didn't get that. What's that?
Okay, now I'd like to call up the chair of the Committee on the President's Report from Branch 860 in Honolulu, Alvin Matsumura. Aloha.
A lot of people today. Anyway, joining me up here on this stage, joining me in this committee, I have Andy Tuttle from Branch 104 in Lawrence, Kansas. Also, I have Sylvan Stewart from Branch 545. Oh, Stevens. What the f? Stevens from Branch 545 in Charlotte, North Carolina. Followed by Brian Dorr from Branch 491 in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. And last but not least, Louise Jordan from Branch 421, San Antonio, Texas. The Committee of Presidents report has carefully read and reviewed the report of President Brian Renfro to the 74th Biennial Convention of the National Association of Letter Carriers. The report encompasses the major activities of our union since the 73rd Biennial Convention in Boston. Massachusetts. In addition to outlining the union's activities, the report explains the large economic, political, and legislative context in which the union had to operate. The report provides a comprehensive discussion of the following critical subjects.
Andy Tuttle, Branch 104, Lawrence, Kansas. First, the report outlines the origins and activities of the NALC's Fight Like Hell campaign. The report explains the union launched the campaign in February 2025, highlighting our fights for a fair contract, against privatization, protecting our health care and retirement benefits, and safety on the job. Little did we know, only a week later, a threat would be at our doorsteps, as the Washington Post published reports that President Trump was preparing to sign an executive order dismantling the post office and placing it under control of the cabinet in the Commerce Department. NALC activated immediately with digital actions and in-person protests, vehemently voicing our rejection of this plan, and we successfully fought off the implementation of the plan. However, it is clear, as outlined through the rest of the report, that threats from the Trump administration have impacted nearly every other aspect of the union in the last 2 years.
Good afternoon, body. Sylvan Stevens, President, Branch 545, Charlotte, North Carolina. Second, the report explains the union's collective bargaining efforts through 2 rounds of negotiations. In the 2023 to 2026 round, the union reached tentative agreement, which was rejected in the ratification vote, leading to impasse and interest arbitration proceedings, also impacting by actions of the Trump administration. The interest arbitration award resulted in the largest annual general wage increases since 2006 and other improvements. In the current round of negotiations, the report outlines the union's efforts to increase transparency in the collective bargaining process, including rank and file bargaining committees, a survey open to all active members, and a collective bargaining conference. The report notes that we have faced some of the most difficult bargaining circumstances in our union's history. With parcel volume down, the economy in flux, and continued deterioration of the Postal Service's finances, despite these challenges, that hasn't changed our goals, what we fight for, and what our members want and deserve.
Hello, Brian Dorr, Branch 491, Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Third, the report enumerates the union's legislative wins and battles. 2 major wins were the passage of the Social Security Fairness Act, which repealed the windfall elimination provision and government pension offset that unfairly reduced or eliminated benefits for retirees after decades of fighting, and the remarkable feat of getting through the congressional budget reconciliation process unscathed. The report notes that the NALC's strong bipartisan strategy on Capitol Hill has been extremely successful in protecting letter carriers from attacks in recent years. The report also discusses threats that may be coming our way and warns members about significant changes to universal service obligations and postal services that impacted postal employees worldwide. Other topics of the report include the expansion of the NALC Emergency Response Team, efforts to fight for a national heat safety standard, new education initiatives like the NALC University, the annual Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive, and the NALC's alliance with the AFL-CIO and the UNI Global Union.
Good afternoon, Louise Jordan, San Antonio, Texas, Branch 421. The report covers the actions of the Executive Council since the last convention. The report describes the work of the various NALC staff departments including workers' compensation, legislation and political affairs, the Information Center, and the Research and Education and Communications departments. The report includes detailed accounts of all litigation for the preceding 2 years and national-level arbitration decisions. The report also contains presidential rulings on the questions of law and constitutional interpretation issued since the last convention by President Renfro. We have carefully reviewed these rulings and recommend their approval. The members of this committee have unanimously concluded that the President's report conforms to the requirements of the Constitution of the NALC. The committee recommends that the delegates approve and adopt the report, including the President's rulings on law and constitutional interpretation and the supplemental reports. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you to the committee. At this time, the committee has recommended that the delegates approve and adopt the report, including the presidential rulings on law and constitutional interpretation and the supplemental reports. So we would entertain a motion to approve the report per the committee's recommendation. Microphone number 7, underprivileged.
Eric Grigorovic, Arizona State Association. I move to accept the report.
Thank you, brother. Is there a second to the motion? Microphone number 7, underprivileged.
Eric Bew, Branch 458, Oklahoma City. I second the motion.
Thank you, brother. The motion is to accept the committee's recommendation to approve and adopt the report. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one at a mic. Is there any objection to proceeding to the question? Okay. The motion is to accept the committee's recommendation to approve and adopt the report. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Thank you very much once again to the committee. Microphone number 8, underprivileged.
Brother Renfro, I stand before you and the delegates at this national convention underprivileged. My name's Brian Thompson. I'm National Business Agent, Region 12. To request that we take a few minutes away from normal business at this convention for a special proposal I received from Branch 157 member, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Philip DiGiulio, and his significant other, Julie, so they may have a few minutes in front of the delegates. Brother Renfro, do you think we could spare them a few minutes?
I guess that depends on what they're going to do. But if what I suspect they're going to do is what they're going to do, absolutely, I believe we can spare a few minutes.
I think it's safe to say you have a safe assumption. So. Thank you, Brian.
Yes, sir.
I want to thank my MBA, Brian Thompson, salt of the earth gentleman, talked me off a ledge so many times. Good man. Also, President Brian Renfro, we owe you a debt of gratitude for the sacrifice you made for each and every one of us. I'm not blowing smoke. Best president of my tenure. Let's give it up for Brian.
Thank you, brother. You might want to turn your attention to your left, though.
One more thing, President Renfro. Your father was an NALC member, hell of a mailman. I don't need to tell you, but he is proud of you right now.
Thank you, brother.
Now, I'm not here for a resolution. I'm not here for a motion or even a nomination, but rather I am here for a proposal. Best 3+ years of my life was with this young lady, Julie Casper, out of New Jersey, also Region 12. Let me get into my bag of hope right here, my bag of love. I want to thank, out of Manhattan, Tiffany & Co., a young lady by the name of Carrie.
All right.
And I also want to thank, from right here in Los Angeles, Rodeo Drive, Beverly Hills, 90102, a gentleman by the name of Gerard Gravinger. They're watching right now. I don't have a lot more time, but I have a little song. I'll sing a few bars of it. Plagiarized from Dr. Taylor Swift. They want that $30 starting wage. They want elimination of the CCAs and the rights to strike, locality pay. They want it all. All my life I've wished upon the stars and God in heaven for a best friend that I think is hot. And Julie Casper, I just want to hang out with you for my whole life. I just want you.
To put it on. You're supposed to put it on. Put it on my finger. There you go. It doesn't work. Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Congratulations, Phil and Julie. Wonderful. Wonderful. A reminder, you heard Brother Weiner earlier talk about the forms for the election of AFL-CIO delegates. As we are going to adjourn the general session here in a few minutes, to offer you a reminder to please bring them up to the side of the stage, the desk over by, to my right, your left, by the end of today's session. Microphone number 9, underprivileged.
President Renfro, if you, Tony Vaughn, Branch 176, Baltimore. If the body just give me a few minutes, another few seconds, assemble the Oriole Branch 176 delegation. Is Karen?
Yeah. Go ahead, brother.
Thank you, President Renfro. Again, as I said, Tony Vaughn, Branch 176. I stand here with the Vice President of the Maryland, D.C. State Association, Karen Nance, and Vice President of the Oriole Branch, Ivan Hurwitz, and the officers and the delegates from Branch 176. And along with President Emeritus Mike Smith. We want to let the body know we are here with hardened hearts. And what I mean that is we are in mourning for our sister and our brother back in Baltimore. This past Tuesday, retiree brother Purcell Carter was in a serious, tragic accident, sustained severe internal and external injuries on Tuesday. Brother Carter, we found out yesterday, succumbed to those injuries. Brother Carter was, I believe, a 35-year member of Oriole Branch. And I have to mention that his wife, Sister Doreen Carter, who's the Executive Vice President of Oriole Branch, and the president of the Maryland, D.C. State Association. That was her husband. She had every intention, of course, coming here before last week, but of course, she's where we would all like to be right now in Baltimore, back there, consoling, being there with her and her family. So we want to let the branch know, the delegates who have come up to us nationally, regionally, state, we appreciate it. We're going to relay that all to Sister Carter because their hearts are heavy. And as it may feel like, well, we really don't want to be here right now, we don't say that out of sarcasm. Our bodies are here, but our hearts are with our sister, Sister Doreen Carter, in the mourning of her husband, Brother Purcell Carter, Jr. And I wanted to, if the membership here could have a moment of silence for Brother Purcell Carter, Jr. and his family. Brother Chairman.
Yes, sir. We'll observe a moment of silence for the tragic loss of Brother Carter.
Thank you, President.
Brother Vaughn.
We also, if at some point, Chairman Renfro, at some point during the next few days, if it could be a possible passing of the hat to assist the family during this time of need, if that could be possibly done at your will, President Renfro.
Yes, thank you, Brother Vaughn. I would say either this afternoon or tomorrow morning, if you would come up to the side of the stage and speak to Sister Ryan about the details of that, and of course we would inform the convention as we have a rule that covers that scenario. Thank you, brother. And
Thank you, members.
Our thoughts and prayers are with everyone, of course, with Sister Doreen, but with everyone at Branch 176.
Thank you, President Renfro, and thank you, brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Good job, Tony.
Okay, for time constraints, we have 2 at mics. We're going to hit those 2 mics, and we have a couple of awards to present so we can get out of here close to on time. Microphone number 3, I believe you were first. However, it appears that according to your signal, you have risen. Well, you were previously against.
I'm not sure.
Okay, keep turning. No, other way. Do you have a question? Privilege, there we go.
Oh, it's
Microphone number 3 under privilege.
Tanya Fleming, Branch 348. Clarification. You said by the end of business today. Is that for rule number 20?
We'll get the answer to that question.
Delegates may cast their vote either individually or under unit rule in conformity with Article 4 and through the Office of the National Secretary Treasury prior to close of business on Tuesday. But he's saying you need to get it in by today, into business today?
Sister, that's a matter for Chairman Wiener. We'll get the answer to that question and inform the delegates here before we adjourn for the day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 5 under privilege.
Good afternoon, sisters and brothers. My name is David Hyman from Branch 290, Tri-Valley Branch 2902, home of the Los Angeles Rams training camp. When we met here last time in 2016 or whatever year it was, on the agenda was later on in the week. I'm sure you folks have noticed we have a lot of unhoused people in the area, and what we did at the last convention here at the convention center was later on in the week we had boxes in the lobbies for people to bring their unused soaps and shampoos so they can be donated to veterans or unhoused people that live in the area. And I'd like to see that again if it's not already in the agenda or the plan for this particular convention. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. We will report back on what may or may not be planned. If nothing is planned, we absolutely will put something together. Thank you, brother. Okay, last thing for today in the general session. It's our pleasure to have the opportunity to present awards to our branches for their excellence in branch publications. Effective branch communications are key to a successful branch and, in turn, a successful NALC. Fortunately, there are more ways than ever to reach our members, whether it's through print, publications, websites, social media. We can meet our members where they are, and that's exactly what our branches are doing. Knowledge is power, and our union is stronger when letter carriers are informed about workplace issues, informed about our legislative priorities, and all the latest updates from their branch. Every January in a convention year, the Postal Record invites the editors of branch and state association newsletters, newspapers, websites to submit entries to the competition for outstanding periodicals, publications, or websites. All entries must have been created by NALC members. They must have been published in a branch or state association newsletter or website in the 2 years prior to this convention. We then recruit a panel of publication experts who determine the award winners in each category. The second and third place winners of this year's publication awards will be presented tomorrow afternoon at the Effective Branch Communications Workshop. But this afternoon, we're pleased to announce the first place award winners and invite them to the stage. The first category is overall excellence for large branches. First place goes to Boston, Massachusetts, Branch 34, and their newsletter, Clan. Next is overall excellence for small branches. And in first place, Branch 849, Fort Collins, Colorado. Next is the best news or feature article. And first place goes to Duluth, Minnesota, Branch 114. Their newsletter, the Zenith Branch News. The award is for an article titled Right Person, Right Place, Right Time by Linda Johnston. Next is the award for best editorial or column promoting unionism. Portland Branch 82's longtime awesome newsletter, Be Mike. The title is Delivering a Unified Message by Branch President David Norton. All right, next is best editorial or column. The New Hampshire State Association every year produces one of the most impressive convention books you've ever seen, and this award goes to Scott Weber for Fight Like Hell. Next is Best Cartoon or Photo. The first place goes to St. Louis Branch 343, the Mound City Carrier, for a photo by Tom Schulte. No worries there. And our last award is for Best Website. The winner is Massachusetts Northeast Merge, Branch 25. Back to the sister that raised the question a few minutes ago regarding the AFL-CIO convention, election. Brother Weiner, I believe, might have jumped the gun a little bit. Sister, you are correct. They must be turned in to the desk by the end of business tomorrow. Thank you for bringing that up. Microphone number 8, you are lit up and you are spinning.
Yeah, my name is Lino Miranda, branch 1071,
Brother,
Miami, Florida.
Brother, do you rise under information?
Yes, of course.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
I want to make sure that we schedule Louis Knowles, or that he is scheduled for his appeal for the 10th. I didn't hear his name. I was hearing Rivera petition for Tuesday. I want to make sure that Louis Knowles is also on the schedule for Tuesday.
Brother, there are, I believe, 2 appeals that are scheduled for Friday through the Committee of Appeals. Now, there are no further appeals currently scheduled. There has been a request for an appeal that I believe you might be referencing. That request just came in very recently, and we will respond to that request, just as I would any other appeal that has been sent in. But that appeal is not before the convention at this time.
Before the convention ends, we're going to hear a response?
I will respond to the member that sent the appeal. Yes, that matter has not been brought before the convention. I believe at first we would need to respond to the member.
So you're going to respond to the request for the appeal that should be taking place this week?
Brother, I'm going to respond to the member just as I do thousands of them every single year. If the matter
so he's not scheduled. The answer is he's not scheduled for an appeal this week. I
think I was very clear that there is no, the only appeals scheduled are appeals to the Committee of Appeals, and I do not believe we have one from a member by that name.
You do have one by a member by that name?
No, we do not have one scheduled for the...
But you did receive one, though, at least, yes?
I have received many of them, yes, and each of them I will respond to just as we respond to any other.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 1, underprivileged.
Thank you. Mike Rivera, Branch 70, San Diego. Whereas Article 21 of the National Constitution requires that the constitutional amendments are the first order of business on Tuesday, I make a motion for my appeal of the Executive Council's decision to be heard immediately following the conclusion of constitutional amendments.
Okay, brother. First, I'm not going to immediately rule your motion out of order. I will, however, tell you that if you look directly in the very next paragraph in Article 21, there's a reference to retiree resolutions. So that would, of course, constitutionally, absent an amendment to the Constitution, come after the constitutional amendments. However, as we discussed when you were here on the stage, because this has been changed in the rules now that was adopted, we will schedule any appeals of decisions of the Executive Council immediately concluding the constitutionally required business that must begin tomorrow and continue until it is completed. So I don't believe your motion is necessary to achieve what you are asking to achieve.
Well, the problem is that it needs to be on docket here. And it says here that all proposed constitutional changes have been, no other business shall be brought upon before the delegates until all proposed constitutional changes have been voted upon by the delegates who shall be in executive session. When you're referring to the retiree resolutions, that's on the third day of convention.
Correct, brothers. And it's very possible that because we have 41 constitutional amendments, that the amendment process could go very late into Tuesday or perhaps even into Wednesday morning. Therefore, the rule reads now that they will be done on Tuesday. So we will do them on Tuesday unless we are precluded from doing any appeals that we receive on Tuesday due to the fact that the Constitution prohibits us from doing any other business until we've concluded the amendment process.
So if the amendment process continues on to Wednesday, right? If it continues on to Wednesday, then by theory, then I can still appeal after the amendments are done.
That's correct, brother.
Okay.
Any appeal we will hear it as soon on Tuesday, unless we are precluded by the Constitution from doing it, and that would be by virtue of us having to finish the amendments. We are going to deal with any appeal per the rule.
Right, but it also says here on Tuesday, amendments are scheduled for that. So if we are going to give the grace of continuing on Wednesday for amendments, we should also give the grace of allowing the appeals to be heard on Wednesday if time constraints exist. Does that?
Brother Rivera, I don't know how to say this any clearer.
Okay.
When we finish what we are constitutionally obligated to do business-wise on Tuesday, because of Rule 21 now, after it's been amended reading, that appeals of decisions of the Executive Council be heard on Tuesday, that would be the next order of business. If we are not able tomorrow to finish all of the amendments, and that continues into Wednesday, whenever we finish the amendments, that would be the next order of business, unless we had retiree resolutions, of which there would be very few if we did, and would be constitutionally required to do those. So when we finish amendments, that will be the next order of business, is any appeals we have of decisions of the Executive Council. That's what our rules require.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yes, sir. Thank you, brother. Okay, we are, it's 3:15 now. So I know everybody's ready to go. You're very excited about classes. You should be. We got awesome workshops. So we will start them 15 minutes later, which means they will end 15 minutes later. That will not cause any issues with bus schedules or anything like that. So we will adjourn until tomorrow morning. Workshops, transportation, everything this afternoon is just simply backed up by 15 minutes. Enjoy the workshops. Have a great evening, and we will convene here at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you, brothers and sisters.